We are still waiting on Commissioner Larson unless somebody sees her and I'm just missing her. Oh, she's in the waiting room.
There we go.
Then I think we're all ready to go.
Good evening, this is Mayor Finkeldye. Welcome to the March 16th meeting. This is a kind of different procedure for us. We're going to have two executive sessions starting at 5 and start our regular meeting at 5:45. We'll start with a 30-minute executive session, return, and followed with a 15-minute executive session. And then we'll start our regular meeting at 5:45 with the rest of the agenda. Because of that, I'm not going to have Sherry or Casey read our normal introductions. I'm going to take roll call, then we'll move to executive session. We'll do those instructions at 5:45 before the regular meeting. So first I'll start with a roll call. Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda,
Here.
Commissioner Lawson. Let's see, Commissioner Bully.
Here.
Do we have Commissioner Lawson? Casey, do you see it?
She went back in the waiting room. I tried admitting her again.
Nope, there's Commissioner Lawson.
Sorry about that.
Commissioner Lawson, are you present?
Sorry about that. Computer problems. I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. We're all present, and I'd look for a motion to move into our first executive session.
I'd move that we recess, this is Commissioner Ananda, I'd move that we recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss employer-employee negotiations pursuant to the employer-employee negotiations exception as set forth in KSA 754319B3. The justification for the executive session is to keep employer-employee negotiation matters confidential at this time. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with resolution number 7345 at the conclusion of the executive session.
Vice Mayor Shipley, second.
Mayor Finkellein, there's a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Vice Mayor Shipley. Commissioner Ananda,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Commissioner Bully,
Aye.
Mayor Finkellein, aye, passes 5-0. We'll recess into executive session and return at 5:32. Okay, this is Mayor Fingelai. We're back from our first executive session, and we are going to move into our second executive session. So I look for a motion on that.
Do we need to take a roll?
Mayor Fingelai might be a good idea. Commissioner Ananda,
Here.
Commissioner Lawson,
Here.
Commissioner Boley,
Here.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Here.
Mayor Fingelai here.
Mayor, this is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk.
Did you have anything to report after that executive session?
Mayor Fingelai, thank you again. Corrected twice, that's okay. No, we have nothing to report after the first executive session. Now, hopefully, we're going to see a motion to go into the next executive session for 15 minutes. And after that, we'll return for the balance of the meeting. I look for a motion.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I would move that we recess into executive session for approximately 15 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding a contract and potential legal claims pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep the attorney-client privileged matters confidential at this time. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format according to Resolution 7345 at the conclusion of the executive session.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Fingelai, we have a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Nanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley.
Aye.
Commissioner Boley,
Aye.
Mayor Fingelai, aye. We'll be in recess until 5:48. we are back from executive session,
Oh, wait,
and we have nothing
wait.
to report.
Okay.
We're now going to start basically our regular agenda part of this meeting, and we usually do that by having, in this case, Casey read us some general instructions about how we're going to proceed.
Mayor, before we do that, I'm not sure I had the meeting on unmute when you reported back from your executive session. Would you mind doing that again for me, please? Sorry about that.
Mayor Finkelstein, no problem. We have nothing to report from the executive session. We are back and ready to begin our regular meeting. So Casey, if you can proceed with the general instructions.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'm Casey Toomey, Assistant City Manager, and I'm going to share some housekeeping items for this virtual meeting. The meeting is being broadcast and recorded on the City of Lawrence YouTube channel. The public chat function will be disabled. All chats will go directly to me as the host. When you're not participating in the meeting, please mute your microphone. When you are participating in the meeting, please keep your video on. When you're not participating in the meeting, you can turn your video off. You will still be able to hear the meeting. You can turn your video back on when you are participating. Turning your video off when you're not participating will allow the active meeting participants to stay on the screen. If you have any trouble, please send me a chat through Zoom. The city reserves the right to mute microphones and/or turn off people's video to minimize distractions. Please remember to state your name every time you speak for the benefit of those listening remotely. And now I'll return the meeting over to Mayor Finkeldei.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Casey. I will go ahead and take roll call before we have Sherry Wiedemann give us some further instructions. Vice Mayor Shipley.
Here.
Commissioner Ananda.
Here.
Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Commissioner Bully.
Here.
Mayor Finkelstein here. We'll now hear from Sherry Wiedemann, our city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to provide a few procedural reminders for the virtual meeting. Commissioners, please remember to state your name and title each time you speak. Mayor, after a motion is made and seconded, please call on commissioners individually to provide their vote. Then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. City staff, please remember to state your name and title each time you speak. When the mayor calls for public comment on an item, individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu, depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute, state your name. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. When the mayor calls for in-person public comment, individuals should raise their hand to indicate they wish to speak. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak, following social distancing and safety protocols. Please state your name before speaking, and again, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. We are now going to go to the first agenda item, which is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Does any commissioner wish to change the agenda, or I'd look for a motion?
Commissioner Larson, I move to approve the agenda.
Commissioner Ananda, second.
Mayor Finkelstein, there's a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkelstein, aye. Passes 5-0. We are now on to the proclamation, and our proclamation is to proclaim March 18th, 2021 as National Natural Gas Utility Workers' Day. And before I read the proclamation, is there anyone here who would like to say any words on behalf of that? I believe I saw James Williams earlier. If anyone would like to say anything on behalf of the National Day? Go ahead, James. Can't hear you at the moment.
Can you, James?
Hey, there we go. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties, so just do a quick audio check, make sure you can hear me now.
We can now. Thank you.
Very good. Well, Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much for the time this evening. My comments will be brief, but this year Black Hills Energy is recognizing our team members who work tirelessly to ensure customer safety by responding to emergencies, assisting local fire departments, and always being available to provide safe and reliable natural gas to our communities that depend on the fuel to fuel their homes and their businesses. We're observing March 18th to recognize National Gas Utility Workers Day for those who safely provide gas to our customers in Kansas. Really, our first priority is always public safety. We also want to recognize the team members for always being ready to answer the call to assist a neighbor or help a family member or our community. So with that, our sincere thanks for your proclamation this evening.
Thank you, James. Mayor Finkeldine here, and I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas, as a way to recognize natural gas utility workers for their hard work and accomplishments, the American Public Gas Association began recognizing March 18th as Natural Gas Utility Workers Day. And whereas natural gas utility workers demonstrate exemplary commitment to safety and ensuring natural gas is highly reliable to all its residential, commercial, and industrial consumers. And whereas natural gas utility workers are essential responders during storms like the recent Arctic weather event, where they worked through brutal conditions to prevent even a single Kansas outage. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim March 18th, 2021 as National Natural Gas Utility Workers Day in recognition of the dedication of these workers to our community. Thank you very much to all those workers and all that they did. And thank you, James, for being here with us tonight.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Finkeldine, we are now moving on to the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. And I talked about maybe doing this a little differently, but given the length of the agenda, I'm not going to try anything new tonight, except that if a commissioner just wants to make a comment before they vote, I think we'll do that and not make it be pulled off the consent agenda just for a comment. But would any commissioner have an item they'd like to pull off the consent agenda?
Commissioner Larson, I'd like to pull D7A.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. Any other commissioner like to pull an item off the consent agenda? I would like to go ahead and pull D9D, outside agency funding. Any other items to pull off consent agenda? If any member of the public would like to pull an item off the consent agenda other than the two that we've already pulled off, please raise your hand and let me know, and Sherry will call upon you.
Chris Flowers?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I'd like D9C, the one about sending a letter about affordable housing to the state.
Is there anyone else that's participating via Zoom that wants to pull an item off of the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand. Is there anyone here in City Hall that would like to pull an item off of the consent agenda?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I would like to I'm not sure. I don't have the agenda in front of me, but it is the resolution 3746 about the ethics complaints I would like to have pulled. Can you tell me what part of the
That's a regular agenda.
Mayor, Mr.
What
Mayor,
letter?
like Chad, that's already on the regular
Yeah.
agenda. It's item number 3 on the regular agenda. It's not on consent.
Oh, okay, I'm terribly sorry.
No problem.
Does Jeremy want to come on?
Mayor Finkellein, Jeremy, I assume you don't want to pull something off the agenda, do you?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Actually, I do.
Okay.
We have 2 items concerning the bonds, and they need to go together. So if you could pull off D7. All right, just lost it here. D8B. We cannot approve D8B until D8A has been approved.
So going, Mayor Finkellein, will need to do those in order.
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Bowley. Can we do D8A as part of the consent?
Mayor Finkellein, Jeremy, would that work if we approve 8A as part of the consent and then approve 8B later?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I thought D8A was pulled from the agenda, from the consent agenda. Did I hear the wrong number?
Yes, that had not been pulled previously.
Oh, my
It's
apologies.
D7A.
I thought I heard D8A. I apologize. Yeah, so long as D8A is on the consent agenda, then D8B can go as well. Sorry for the confusion.
Mayor Finkellein, okay, thank you, that helps, okay. Sherry, do you see any other item, anyone else wanting to speak on, take something off the consent agenda?
I have a question, please. Paula Martin. Did you earlier say that D9D was off?
Yes, Paul, I pulled that.
Thank you.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. So currently, we have D7A, D9C, and D9D that have been pulled. And no one else has indicated that they want to pull an item at this time.
Mayor Finkellein, thank you. And I look for a motion on the consent agenda.
Commissioner Ananda, I move that we approve the consent agenda accepting items D7A, D9C, and D9D.
Vice Mayor Shipley, second.
Mayor Finkellein, there's a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Vice Mayor Shipley. Commissioner Ananda,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley,
Aye.
Mayor Finkellein, aye. Passes 5-0. I'm curious if we would like to move these 3 items that we just pulled to regular agenda item number 2. I know we have several people here on public comment, and then we have the coronation, and then maybe we could do these, and then we can take up the dog park. Would anyone be objectionable to that?
Vice Mayor Shipley, I'm not sure, is D7A only for voting purposes?
Yeah, I'm sure, but that way I can just do them all 3 at once.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. So Mayor, you said after regular agenda item.
1, we would hear these. Okay.
Mayor Finkellein, correct. Thank you. That way we can get through some of our folks here on the early items and then go through those pretty quickly. Mayor Finkellein, with that, then I think we'll move to public comment. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or regular agenda portions of the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they'll refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals should address their comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. And again, I believe we have several people who'd like to speak on public comment. If you are interested in speaking on public comment on something not on the agenda, you can raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or you can indicate if you're in person to Sherry at the location. And again, these are items that are not on the regular agenda. And Sherry will call upon you.
Marielle, if you would unmute, state your name, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mariel Ferredo. I use she, her pronouns, resident of Kansas. Thank you, City Commissioners and Mayor Finkeldei for having us public comment today. I am addressing the added public comment item, the Lawrence, Kansas Housing First Solidarity Letter. I am representing the Lawrence Mutual Aid Network, a community of grassroots organizers who founding principles are redistributing resources and information in a way that is not charity, but solidarity. So I'm very excited about this work. And as many of you have read the letter in the community, you can see by the signatures, if you look at the agenda item, that this has been a continuing conversation for years now. So I first want to acknowledge that this is an ongoing conversation, and putting new voices into this will just add to the momentum and add to the positive relationship building that we want to see as community members. I also want to acknowledge and congratulate the Kaw Nation for receiving their sacred items back and hopefully pushing forward in reclaiming land that was previously colonized, because that is deserved of Indigenous peoples. Referring to the letter for Housing First, this is an initiative that was discussed with me and several members of the homeless community and advocates in how we can begin a pathway to ending homelessness. Having conversations with various community members and commissioners and thinking about the county as well, I think from this letter and my personal public comment would be to accept the letter, moving forward, and agree to work with community members and work with the city, the county commission, maybe even writing a letter to recommend that we start coming together and adopt some of these practices if they are applicable. I know some of the requests are more on a state level, but I just want to state that we are here and we are wanting to work in solidarity. We want to see an end to homelessness, not just a Band-Aid on the issue. So thank you so much for having us today. I know there will be several community members that will speak a lot more eloquently to the issue, but I hope you consider our statement and demands, however you want to take that word, as concern for the community and a promise and commitment to work with the city, to work with the county, and to work with other organizations to get this work done. Thank you.
Richard Renner, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Richard Renner, and I'm speaking on the agenda item, excuse me here, let me find it, D8D, the Outside Agency General Funds Award.
Mayor Finkeldei, hey, Richard, we pulled that off the consent agenda, so we're going to talk about that here in a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Well, I will wait then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Carmen Penny, please unmute.
State your name, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Carmen Penny, and I live at 643 Tennessee Street. And I wanted to talk about the parks and what's happening in the parks. I want to give you a little background. I've lived here at 643 Tennessee Street since 1982. It was Central Park then, and it's called Watson Park now. And I've lived here, and it's my kids grew up here. I have 5 children. They learned to ride their bikes in the park. They climbed on the train when you used to be able to climb on the train. in the park. We watched the 4th of July fireworks in the park. It's been a center of the community. And now to move to the present time, starting last spring when the pandemic was announced, my grandsons came here to finish their school on Zoom because their parents were working. And we weren't able to get out and do things. The thing that we could do was go to the park. They rode their bikes in the park, and many other people walked their dogs there. There were homeless people there at the time in the spring and on the benches and things. And I had told my grandkids, who were only 7 and 4, that, don't bother them. They won't bother you. And so we rode our bikes. And in the summer, the number of homeless people grew. In the fall, the tents started showing up. I didn't know at the time that the city had a tent over by the hospital, a tent city. But the tents started growing. I called the Parks and Rec one time, and because they started a campfire in the park, and I knew the park recreation would want to know about it, so they came and asked them not to build a campfire in the park. In the fall and the winter, the tents kept growing, and so I found out later, or just recently, that a group of individuals came before the city commission that said that the city wasn't doing enough for the homeless. City commission decided to, or they agreed, and as a result, we have a large homeless population in this city. It's overgrown that tent city down by the river, as well as the one by the hospital. It's coming into the parks, and with that, problems that are happening. I have other neighbors on here that will speak of different things that have happened. I'll let them speak. But the thing that happened to us more recently, I was out of town on Friday night, and my neighbor called me Saturday morning and said, there's someone in your park someone in your parking lot, my parking area next to our house, relieving themselves on the ground near the truck, which I've sent pictures of the truck to you commissioners, and the damage that was done. I asked her to come over to see if she could take a picture of what was left there, because things are starting to come into the neighborhood. And she said that the window was broken on the truck, steering column was torn out, an obvious attempt to steal the vehicle.
Carmen, Mr. Mayor Finkeldei, we do have a 3-minute limit, and I know if you could wrap up, I think maybe David's going to speak as well, but if you could wrap up and use your 3 minutes there, and then so we can go on with other public comment. We certainly have received your emails. If you could wrap up, and then we can move on to the next speaker.
Going to those pictures because I received the emails, but the people who are listening have not heard this story.
Yep. But you have 3 minutes, so your 3 minutes is up. So please wrap it up, and we'll move on to the next.
Well, Monday, when we went to have the car towed because it was broken into, we had tarped it. It was broken into again, and someone did more damage trying to steal the vehicle. My main point is that the homeless population is out of control. The city needs to first start enforcing the curfews so that the people aren't camping in the park. The police can't do anything to the people, unless you call and there's a crime.
Mayor Finkeldei,
there's no
thank you.
accountability for these people because they're coming.
Thank you,
from
Ms.
all over the place.
Penny. We need to stop there. The 3 minutes is up. We have lots of speakers to go, but thank you. And certainly we as the commission have heard your comments. Sherry, go ahead and call on the next person.
Jody Lee, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Jody Lee. I live at 639 Tennessee. I am Carmen's next door neighbor. I'm just concerned with the violence that I've seen in the park. I do feel terrible for people that are, homeless and down on their luck and living in tents in a park. But I also do worry about the safety of people that live in this neighborhood and that visit that park. I witnessed a fight that was quite brutal. I was not the one that called and reported it because I was sitting on my porch and did not have my phone, but I saw people that were coming out of the tents, fighting with each other. One went to get a weapon, which I thought was a knife, later determined it was pliers. I feel like, I mean, I hate that this is happening to these people. And I know that they're not all, they're all just trying to get by. But I think that we have to have some kind of, it has to be controlled somehow. And it can't, I mean, first it was 1 tent, then it was 2, now it's 4. Are we going to be okay when it's 50? I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in this tiny little park in the middle of downtown Lawrence, Kansas. There has to be some kind of safeguard and some kind of control. I'm a teacher. I teach in Topeka. I am awakened every night by fights, screaming, bickering. I have people using the restroom in my parking lot and my driveway. It's unsanitary. I don't know what the answer is, but this is a problem, and it needs to be addressed. It can't. I mean, what are we going to do when the whole park is a campground? I had a shelter house rented. I had the city terminate. They refunded my money. They said your shelter house, is canceled, and they sent me my money back. But what if I just go camp out and put a tent up and just claim stake to that shelter house? Is that how it works now? That's how this has happened. I mean, these people live here. And I cannot stress how much I sympathize and I feel bad for them, but this is not safe and it's not okay. My neighbor's car has been broken into twice. Their door has been broken down. Like I said, our driveways are used as toilets. What is the city's plan for when this continues to escalate? Not okay. I pay property taxes. Since this is now a campground, can I have my property taxes waived for that time that our area, our neighborhood is a campground? Can I just pay my mortgage and not pay taxes? I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm a little frustrated. I'm a little saddened by everything that's happened, but this is where we are. I think the city needs to have a plan. And if you've set up a campground by the hospital and you've set up another tent community.
3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caitlin McDermott, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Caitlin McDermott, a longtime resident of Lawrence. And I'm just here, I've sent in written comment. I'm just gonna say that I'm here in support of both the mutual aid group's proposal and ask of the city and county. And frankly, I'm in support of all of our agencies that are working really hard toward a goal of ending homelessness here in our community. I think the time has come where we really need to put this first and foremost and have an organized, comprehensive, multiple agency coordinated effort to really end homelessness here in our community. We know that it can be done. It's been done in other communities. It just has to be made a priority, and we all have to do the work and effort that it will take to actually happen. Thank you.
Aaron Brown, please unmute, state your name.
3 minutes.
Oh, sorry, that was faster than I was expecting. I'm Erin Brown, she, her pronouns. I was born in Lawrence. I live here now. I'm also commenting to be in solidarity with the Lawrence Mutual Aid letter for people experiencing houselessness and housing first policies. I have a short thing to read. My experience regularly connecting with members of the community experiencing houselessness here is recent. I went from being a waitress at Lady Bird Diner to one of 3 women pulling together a community meal program in that space for the first 6 months of the pandemic, which many of you know continues now with a different staff. Having a new group of regulars came with all the same things that normally comes with regulars, noticing differences day to day, getting to know one another. But the most profound thing that it changed for me was my relationship to weather. Used to be, because I'm a person with a home, that when it was raining outside, I knew I would get wet. That if I put my dog outside, I would have the consideration of his paws coming back in. That if it was cold, I would run to my car with a jacket. And now whenever there is weather, I think about who is in it. I think about them by name. I think about them by story. I think about them from the last thing I knew, which wasn't always great. And I think about weather in terms of life and death. And we all know, I hope, that we lost 3 members of our community because of weather, because people didn't have anywhere to be. I'm listening tonight to members of the community upset at seeing people experiencing houselessness, which echoes many of the downtown business owners who said they were also upset at what people experiencing houselessness did to the downtown aesthetic when coming there daily for food. It is my hope that both these business owners and community members who are upset at their proximity to people experiencing houselessness also put their efforts behind Housing First policies with Lawrence Mutual Aid. The shared goal is to get people homes, to get people basic human rights, to be a community that regards housing and food and basic means to get by as human rights that we figure out how to make sure people have. And if we share that goal, rather than figuring out where to move people, we can come together and move a lot quicker. This population has the same issues as any other subgroup of people in our committee, any other group at all. And access to resources is meaningful, but any additional resources needed are difficult to access when you don't have a safe place to come home to. And any other compounding issues alongside experiencing houselessness only is worsened by it. So I really hope the City Commission considers Housing First policies. And I am eternally grateful for the community organizers who put efforts like that together.
Maureen Bradshaw.
Hello, my name is Maureen Bradshaw, and I'm a renter in one of the larger houses in Old West Lawrence, near Watson Park, as well as a first-time mother with a 14-month-old daughter. This is my daughter, Margot. Given pandemic circumstances, our options for what we could do with our kids was really limited. But I had always appreciated that at the least we could go on walks around Watson where it was relatively close, and I could quickly return to my home so as not to bother, other people and be in too proximate contact. And though I appreciate the noble intention of sheltering the homeless and the less fortunate, I actually heard that we were not only sheltering the homeless in Lawrence, but also those from neighboring cities. And hearing my neighbor's truck being broken into and similar crime has made me a little bit more scared to live here in Lawrence and a little more anxious to walk outside. I really do wish I had a better solution for the homeless. But the City Commission, I believe, is an institution here to first serve the citizens of Lawrence before serving that from other communities, I think. And I'm not talking about the homeless in Lawrence, but I'm talking about, and you guys can correct me if my understanding is wrong, of what I've heard about people being bussed in from other cities as well. But yeah, I've been just hoping that I could start feeling a little safer walking around with Margot again. Thank you for your time.
April Reno.
Hi. Yes, my name is April Reno, she, her pronouns. First of all, I would like to say congratulations to the Conningston, and hopefully that this can continue and you can get all of your ancestral possessions back. And second, I would like to request, how can we go about getting the Housing First on a future agenda? Hello?
This is Mayor Finkel. You have your 3 minutes, so you can go ahead and.
Yeah, I just want to know
speaking.
if there's a way that we can get that Housing First discussion on a future agenda, like how we should go about doing that.
Yeah, we can talk about that when we're done with all the comments.
Okay, thank you. And that's it.
Mayor Finkelstein, Sherry, I don't think we heard you there if you called somebody.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware April was done. I wasn't sure if she was done speaking, so.
Yes, I apologize. I was finished.
Okay, thank you. We do have an individual who's raised their hand that is on the phone, but a name is not listed. So if you want to go ahead and state your name.
Yes, hi, this is Angela Reed. I am calling in support of the Housing First Solidarity letter. And I just want to start off by saying that I believe the city of Lawrence does a good job of caring for its homeless population, at least compared to the last place I lived, like Johnson County, where in fact, like last year, there was a church that had to fight for the right to even house people during the coldest winter months. And as far as I know, there's still no single adult shelter. So that might be why some people are coming here from other communities. So there does need to be a movement in general in our state for better care for the homeless.
And obviously, we still have a long way to go here in Lawrence. When it takes several days repeatedly calling Burton Ash Homeless Outreach to get in contact with a live person, or like when one of the excuses late last year of not having like a winter shelter set up was the funding was out, and that the CARES Act funding could not be used because it was for COVID relief, even though we know that a large increase in the homeless community has been because of COVID. And I'm told that there is work going on right now, and I would like to see what the plans are for that. I know that everything like this takes time with our bureaucratic monster that our government is and our government systems are, but this has to be top priority. Where is the urgency? With the temps that are warming, there's a lot less risk, obviously, of losing people to freezing nights. But this should still not and can't become a back burner item. People in our community need to know we haven't forgotten about them. And there are solutions, and I bet a lot of people in our community have great ideas and willingness to help. It does not take that long to make a tiny home village, as we have seen in other communities. We have the space for it, and we need to stop giving land for hundreds of expensive apartments, townhomes, and lofts to be built. Everyone, no matter their income, deserves space in town where they can access resources. Thank you.
This is Freedom City Clerk. If there is anyone else who would like to provide general public comment, please raise your hand, either physically or virtually. David Penny.
Please unmute. There you
How's
go.
that? You hear me?
Yes.
Good. I've worked a lot with homeless people in some of the big cities, also in Boston and New York, as well as here. I've dealt with it on our own family. And the basic root problem here is addiction. When I was on the city commission, they sent me to these drug deals because I was supporting random drug testing. Anyway, the problem of homelessness is addiction. And it's generally with people that are 15 to 55 years old in the prime of their life. And they're homeless because of their addictions, and it's substance abuse, either alcohol or illegal drugs. My son and daughter-in-law worked in the Lawrence emergency room in the hospital here in Lawrence, and these are repeat people. They come back, And until they face up to their responsibilities, the worst thing you can do for them actually is not to express tough love. We did that in some of the cities. It's rare. We never saw any success with the social services of the governments. It's usually in religious groups, Protestant or Catholic, that had rescue missions. And a few people get recovered, but they've got to get rid of their addictions or homelessness will never go away. And feeding them food, supplying them tents or housing, and these and telephones, and the ones across the street, they're plugged into the city power poles to recharge their phones and everything. And they bring a blight with them because to support their habits, they break in, as we had this week, and we've had in other weeks, and they're become a blight. And they don't want to face up their problems because we enable them to continue in this lifestyle. And I think that the city has to face up to some solution other than just supplying housing and food downtown. There's lots of places. This is a very comfortable place if you're homeless. You get government checks if you set up a post office box. You get disability and all these things. And this is not curing the problem. And we suffer a lot. I've been here a resident of, my family's been a resident of 140 years in Lawrence. I live in a house that my grandfather lived. I've served on the city commission, and I voted for monies to go to a homeless shelter. It was opposed by religious professors at KU and businessmen downtown, but we got to do something, and they moved it out toward the jail, which we have a place, and they could set up the tents and everything out there instead of along the river. There's many people. They even set up a town between Constant and Burton Park with a fence and post office box in front of it and everything. Anyway, I think that the city needs to address this. I know that they have a homeless shelter down
Mayor.
now. One of the commissioners explained to that, and that these are temporary actions that they're taking, and I appreciate that. But we need to come up with a permanent solution because no one goes into the park across from our street at night, certainly, and even the daytime. The children never go there. They opened up the swimming pool for people to take showers, the homeless, but we couldn't use it for our swimming this summer. They got an outhouse there right near the library. And none of this is curing the homeless problem. So I look forward.
David, your 3 minutes is up. This is Mayor Finkelstein. Can you wrap that up?
I appreciate it. Yeah, we just look for a permanent solution to this problem because we're suffering a lot from crime in our area and no care for the homeless.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, commissioners.
Renee Cool. Renee Cool.
Hi, I'm Renee Cool. I'm the executive director of the Lawrence Community Shelter. And I want to thank all of the community members who've come out this evening to provide public comment about homelessness and about Housing First. And I'm just really grateful for the ongoing productive conversations that we've had in this community in the year and a half since I came to work here. And I'm really proud of the progressions that we're making and the efforts that the City Commission is making to serve people and to work together. There's a lot of different opinions on the call tonight, and I hear a lot of different people asking, we need a permanent solution, and what can we do for folks? And I've also heard houseless folks be mischaracterized and be stereotyped in this public comment and blamed for crimes that, we can't prove that homeless people have committed. So I want to urge people to be careful in how they speak about people who quite literally are being forced to live on the street right now, and to withhold judgment and to not assign blame to them for the material conditions of their lives. The solution is housing for people. That is the solution. That's the evidence-based solution. For folks who have addiction issues, who have substance use disorder, who have severe mental illness, what 40 years of Housing First research tells us is the best way for them to achieve recovery is to assure that they have stability in their housing. That is a fact. that is in the literature and that is well understood in communities across the globe. And so the next step, if we're concerned about people being unsheltered, is to provide a pathway out of shelter into permanent housing for folks. Funding emergency shelter, but not funding housing, I want to compare it to funding your emergency room, but not funding your hospital. Okay? The healing happens for folks in housing. So we're doing so much, and we really are making so much progress, and opportunities are coming down the pipeline through Built for Zero, through federal funding that's coming through the American Rescue Plan. We're going to see changes over the next several months, and I'm excited to be in this community and working on this issue. And if you care deeply about this, please stay tuned into the Lawrence Community Shelter Facebook page and watch for opportunities to work with us and to discuss with us what are the next steps and how we can solve this problem together. So thank you guys very much.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I wasn't going to speak about this, but I kind of agree with what Renee just said. I think there has been some mischaracterization of the homeless. I just want to say about it, like homelessness being caused by addiction. I will agree that that's a big problem, with homelessness. But one of the other major factors is mental health issues like schizophrenia and stuff like that. And that's not really caused, by addiction issues. And I mean, that's something they're going to need help with also. And I mean, when you're homeless, that can lead to addiction issues themselves. Because when I worked at a shelter, there was a guy there who he got addicted to drugs after he came to the shelter, because that's where he got exposed to people that were selling drugs. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And I do think that we need to take a housing first approach. Thank you.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. Before we go to individuals here, I just want to make sure there isn't anyone else on Zoom who wanted to provide public comment on this item. If so, please use the raise hand feature or turn on your video and raise your hand. I can't see that name. Teresa Bird.
Hi, I appreciate just everybody that's spoken and just the fact that we're gathering to discuss this issue. I work at the library in peer support. I started full-time in October, and I just see a lot of familiar faces here who are working hard on this issue. I agree with what Renee said regarding Housing First. There's a lot of research that backs this initiative. And I think that's really where we need to focus. I see firsthand the effects on people who don't have shelter. And I very much believe that not being sheltered and having to deal with the elements on a constant basis is a factor in addiction as well as aggression. I think we're going to pay for it one way or the other, whether it's through repeated emergency room visits that aren't paid for, or repeated police calls, or however it shakes out. If you want to look at it from an economic perspective, financial perspective, we need to take care of our citizens. And I think a lot of people feel deeply for this issue, especially given what's happened in the past year. Just a new perspective on mental illness and caring for each other in a way that we recognize the humanity in each other, and we recognize that we all deserve to have those needs met. So, thanks.
Mayor, we do have a few two individuals in commission chambers that we'll go to, and I think that'll give opportunity for us to also scroll through to make sure we didn't miss anybody, so we can always come back to Zoom if we missed someone. Did you put the little speaker?
Sorry.
Yeah, got it.
I'm really mad. You guys need to listen to me and understand me, okay? I'm gonna calm down though, all right? You see this medicine right here? There. If I just had some water, I could swallow it. My name is Eric Hyde. On this day in 1994, I was hit by a car in Lawrence, Kansas, on 27th Street. Eve Tollfree responded to the call and saved my life. Rob Court started the helmet program because of me. The crisis that is going on in town is because of me and because you are not listening to me with the homeless. You need to understand them. Stop blaming them. They're not drug addicts. Drug test the people at Burt Nash and the freaking community homeless shelter. Drug test all of those people. If you want to blame the homeless for drugs, I don't do drugs. I quit. I don't need drugs. Okay. Yesterday, I got a TBI waiver from the government. Thank God. Somebody is helping me finally, since I was 8 years old. You know what the most dangerous thing in this world is? It is sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. And that is what Martin Luther King said. And all of you are the most prejudiced mother freakers. God! Quit blaming mentally ill people. They are not mentally ill. You are mentally ill. Okay. Now I'm done. Okay, but I got a few other things to say. I love you very much. I love all of you. And Brad Finkeldye is the best mayor we have right now because he has a speech impediment and he understands a little bit why there is prejudice. That man is good. I don't know about anybody else in the city government that is as good as him. Okay. What does Lawrence mean? It means from ashes to immortality. That is the motto of Lawrence. What does Kansas mean? It means through hardship to the stars. Ad astra per aspera. It is the motto of Kansas. FDR said the only thing to fear,
Mayor,
is fear itself. I am saying, stop, I'm almost done. I am saying the only thing to fear is yourself. If you want to take care of this homeless problem, you need to hire me.
just please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Jeremy McLean. I've been homeless in Lawrence for 15 months, and I had a very different opinion before I became homeless. And so I want to say that the speakers before me, there was really only one person, the woman that talked about our priorities in building developments, that really gets it. And that is the problem, is people in positions of power here in Lawrence may have degrees, they may have training, but they are clueless to what goes on in the streets. Addiction is part of the problem, but so is corruption, whether at police corruption, corruption in the city court, or just corruption among Burt Nash. Minds matter. I have been denied help, not because I don't qualify, but because of personal cognitive bias. And also a group of people in power that are terrible listeners. You would think a mental health center like Burton Nash would have good listeners, but no, they don't. And so I have done all I can. You know, I met with Stuart Boley once after I got assaulted by a graduate of Van Gogh, and her boss tried to cover it up, and he listened, and I appreciate that, Mr. Boley. But we have a couple prosecutors that have tried to make my life hell because of bias, because they're very biased. And I've seen bias in Section 8. My rights have been violated 28 times since becoming homeless. And so I do plan on filing lawsuits once I can get a home and afford my Lyme disease treatment. My disability is a traumatic brain injury sustained on the job. My comorbidity is chronic Lyme disease that I've had since a teenager that was missed because of parental negligence. But I would say that negligence goes larger. I've been neglected by a community. I've been neglected by a mental health center. And if I could just get people to listen, and I contemplated running for city commissioner, but because of my instability, I think I need to get my own life in order first. Eventually, I want to work with at-risk youth so they don't resort to petty theft in order to get by. And because I play music, I'm the guy that plays the accordion downtown, and people don't realize that I'm out there playing music so I can eat. And I think that a lot of people make assumptions. They judge books by the cover. So I have lots to say. I can't say in 3 minutes, but I would say the first thing is that this idea that we actually have a good system in Lawrence is not true from one who has actually been there. And I am writing a book and essays to share, and I know that those that matter aren't going to listen, aren't going to read my books, but some will. And I hope to devote to my career that others don't have to go through the negligence and abuse I have. I was sexually assaulted at the Lawrence Community Shelter 2 weeks ago, and 4 other men complained about this person at the shelter invading their space, and she's still there. I actually filed a report with the police for sexual assault.
Mayor.
Nothing was done. So you have to listen to people like myself that have something to teach. We have 2 ears, 1 mouth. Let's use them in proportion. Thank you.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Mayor, no one else has indicated that they want to speak to this item that we're able to see.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you for all that public comment, and we'll continue to work hard on this housing first issue, and certainly even those in the park deserve housing first, and so you'll be seeing this coming forward soon. We do now want to go to regular agenda item number 1, which is to consider adopting a joint city resolution 7358, offering a formal apology on behalf of the city and the county to people of the Kaw Nation for the appropriation of the Kaw Nation's sacred Ajuwahalbi and agreeing to its unconditional return to the Kaw Nation. And I believe Tony Wheeler has started this presentation.
Tony Wheeler, City Attorney. That's correct, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. At your January 19th, 2021 meeting, the City Commission formally received a letter from the Chairwoman of the Kaw Nation, Lynn Williams, requesting return of Nguje Wahobe, currently situated in Robinson Park. Chairwoman Williams explained in her letter that Nguje Wahobe is a sacred and very significant item of prayer for the people of the Kaw Nation. At the Commission's direction, staff has prepared a joint resolution of the City and County expressing the intention of both governing bodies to return Nguje Wahobe to the Kaw Nation without condition, along with an apology for having appropriated it in 1929. That resolution, joint resolution, is before you tonight for your consideration. And I would stand for any questions, but otherwise would return it to the Commission.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you, Tony. Do any commissioners have any questions for Tony?
Vice Mayor Shipley, in your memo, you refer to the Mellon grant and applying for the Mellon grant. And I think it says that amount of money being dispersed over 5 years. I support that if we can get it, but I would also like to make sure that if the Nation doesn't want to wait 5 years for that, that we be open to that. As I've stated before, I think some of this could be done locally. So I wondered if there was any comment from them on how long they would be willing to wait for something like that.
City Attorney Tony Wheeler. Yes, I believe there is a representative from the Kaw Nation that will speak later this evening, but I will say I mentioned the Mellon Grant specifically because that is one that has been identified by others in the community that are interested in this, including Dr. Jay Johnson with Kansas University. But we certainly are not limiting ourselves to just an application of that grant. If other grants come to the forefront and would be applicable, we would certainly entertain writing letters of support or applying for such grants. And so, yes, we will certainly look at all options. Adoption of this resolution tonight really is the first step, and it's a very important step for the people of the Kaw Nation, according to Mr. Pepper Henry, who I've been working with. And I've had recent conversations with him, and he stated that if this resolution is adopted, then we will really turn our attention to developing plans and identifying what has to happen next in order to bring this move to fruition. So yes, tonight is an important first step, and then we will get to work on many other measures in the future, and we'll update the commission accordingly.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. Any other questions at this point before we open it to public comment? Mayor Finkel, then this is a public hearing item. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or let Sherry know if you're in the city council room.
Carrie Altenbrand.
There we go, had trouble. My name is Carrie Altenburn, and I'm here tonight to lend my support to the city adopting this resolution. It's extremely important to the city that this is done and done quickly to try to mitigate a little bit of the nearly 100 years of shame actually that's fallen on the city for having done this. This is a time for the city to do some reckoning in its past negative actions towards people, mainly people of color, but not just people of color. The lynching marker, which will be coming soon. The willingness to mark and memorialize the death sites of Nick Rice and Tiger Dowdell from 1970. This commission is working towards bringing the soul of Lawrence back. And I believe that this is a major step towards that. So as I said, you have my full support to pass this resolution. Thank you.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. If there's anyone else who would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Mayor, there's no further comment on this item, and there's no one, we don't have anyone in City Hall either.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you, Sherry. I'll bring it back to the commission for comments, eventually motions.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I do want to thank Tony Wheeler for doing the work on this. And of course, Chairwoman Williams and Mr. Pepper Henry for coming and speaking with us. And I don't know if you guys saw the Students of Raintree sent a really cute letter. So I thought we should thank them.
This is Commissioner Larson. I also would like to thank everybody who has worked on this to move it forward as quickly as possible. I think this is just one more step in that we are taking to sort of return to those what belongs to them, as well as to address some of the other social issues that have haunted Lawrence for many years. So I want to thank everybody again who has been working on this, and I wholeheartedly support this.
Mayor Finkel, I obviously I support this, and I've certainly been impressed by the outpouring of support from the city at large on this issue, and I think it's something that we can, that to my knowledge, we're all behind, and I think that's an important recognition here. And so I'm very excited about this. I'm excited to get the county commission to follow suit. And also want to thank all those who have worked on this to get us to this point. And I know there's a lot of work to go from here, but certainly I'm appreciative. Other comments or motions?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I have nothing to add, so I will just ask in that motion is it just says the action is adopt the joint city county resolution. Do I need to say 7358 in that motion?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Ananda, I would move that we adopt joint city county resolution number 7358, offering a formal apology on behalf of the city and the county to the people of the Kaw Nation for the appropriation of the Kaw Nation's sacred Injuje Wahobeh, and agreeing to its unconditional return to the Kaw Nation.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkel, there is a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. It passes 5-0. And I would like to see if Mr. Pepper Henry would like to say anything at this point upon the passage of that resolution.
Sure, thank you for the opportunity. The Kaw Nation is grateful for the City Council's confirmation of our claim and unconditional return of Injuje Wahobeh. And I'm very impressed with your language skills there on the City Council pronouncing the name of Injuje Wahobeh. We'll consult city officials in the very near future regarding the condition and ultimate disposition of Injuje Wahobeh. And in the interim, we appreciate the stewardship and safekeeping of our relative by the city of Lawrence and its citizens. And we very much appreciate the outpouring of support we've received from the people of Lawrence. And as was mentioned, there were several grade schools that raised some money to help with the return of Injuje Wahobeh. So we're very humbled by that. And I want to give special thanks to Tony Wheeler. I've been working with Tony. I know she's been representing the city on this matter, and I've been representing the Kaw Nation. So we'll continue to work together. But I know a lot of people have questions, and but this is the first step, and we'll, as Tony said earlier, we'll convene very soon, and we'll come up with a plan and let everybody know what our plans will be in the future for Injuje Wahobeh. Thank you very much. And as we say in Kaw, Vive Lahon.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your support. And we look forward to continuing to partner with you on the way forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
We are now going to go back to the three consent items that we passed upon earlier before we move to item number 2 on the pre-approved agenda. So first on that was D7A, which is related to the residency. I believe Commissioner Lawson pulled that item.
Commissioner Larson, I did, and it's just for voting purposes.
Mayor Finkeldie, thank you. Again, as is our idea that this is on the residency that is on second reading, and that if anyone wants to make public comment on this particular item, please raise your hand and Sherry will call upon you.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk, there's no public comment on this item.
Mayor Finkeldie, thank you. I'd look for a motion then on D7A.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I would move that we adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 9835.
Vice Mayor Shipley, second.
Mayor Finkeldie, there's a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Vice Mayor Shipley. Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Nay.
Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldie, aye. Passes 4-1. We'll now move to D9C, which is regarding affordable housing. I believe that Chris Flowers pulled this item. So Chris, if you go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I am perfectly okay with us sending the letter, but I was wondering if we could expand it a little bit. And how about you guys write yourselves a letter asking yourselves to take away some of your own barriers to affordable housing? And mainly I'm talking about the how many people that are unrelated can live together. I think on Lawrence Times there was an opinion piece about this. It just seems kind of hypocritical to me, I guess, that we're sending a letter to the state saying we have an affordable housing problem and we need you guys to ease up your regulations, while at the same time completely ignoring the regulations we impose on ourselves. So if we're going to be sending a letter to the state, I think we should at least be looking at some of our own barriers that we put up ourselves. And I think we're going to be looking at some of the housing stuff, but I would ask that we at least look at adding, like talking about how many unrelated people can live together if we're going to be talking about like the housing lots and stuff coming at a future meeting. Thank you.
Mayor Finkeldie, thank you. I'd bring it back. Well, I guess we'll see if there's any other public discussion of this item. Any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and Sherry will call upon you.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk, there's no other comment on this.
Mayor Finkeldie, I'd bring it back to the commission for comments or motions. I would say that part of this letter is to ask the state to take away the barrier for cities to pass inclusionary zoning. And I'm certainly in favor of home rule and allowing the cities to make those decisions. So I support the letter in that sense. I would say that I'd want to see something. I'm not a big fan of inclusionary zoning. I think there's other methods to do better. And I voted against that while I was on the planning commission, but certainly open to thinking that should be a discussion for the city, not at the state level. So I support the letter on that end. But otherwise, look for other comments or motions on D9C.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I motion to authorize the mayor to send correspondence to the State of Kansas Housing Work Group regarding state regulatory barriers to affordable housing in Kansas.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkeldine, there's a motion by Vice Mayor Shipley, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda,
Aye.
Commissioner Bully,
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldine, aye, passes 5-0. Now we have item, let's see, D9D, which is to consider recommendations for outside agency and general fund awards. And we had received quite a bit of comment on this, and certainly some items I'd like to maybe talk about and get some feedback. And I know there's some members of the public who would like to talk about that, but maybe if we would start, maybe have Danielle maybe give us a little background on this item and how it came to us, and then we can open it up to public comment.
Sure. Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. So as part of the 2021 adopted budget, there was $711,000 set aside in the general fund for outside agencies. This is the first year that this recommendation has been made by staff and opened up more broadly to align more directly with our strategic plan. As part of the application process, each agency was asked to identify the outcome area that most closely aligned with the program that they were requesting be supported by the city. In total, we received 20 applications that were within 4 of our 5 different outcome areas, and the total request was for just shy of $1.2 million. The way that we approached this process, as I mentioned, this was for the first time this process was done in-house internally by staff. Previously, an advisory board had reviewed these types of applications, was to utilize a scoring matrix. So we put together different staff teams to review the applications and determine the alignment of the application or the program that was being requested for funding, and how that tied to the identified outcome area. And that was included in the scoring matrix. After that review was completed, we had a smaller staff committee made up of members of the city manager's office, the finance department, and our planning and development services department, review the applications and put together the rest of that scoring matrix. That was the basis that we used to bring forward the recommendation to you all this evening. If there's anything else related to the process, I would be happy to go over that. In the memo, we do note a couple additional considerations for you all kind of moving forward. As I mentioned, this was the first time it was brought internally, so there were a few lessons learned. So we highlighted some of those in the memo as well, such as having some conversation with you all on the front end about priorities and what breakdown, if any, there would be across those different outcome areas in some of those things, also recognizing some of the other funding sources that are available and some of the other processes that we have in place. So at a very high level, that was the process that we are bringing forward to you all tonight for consideration.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. Do commissioners have any questions for Danielle at this point before public comment?
This is Commissioner Boley. Danielle, did the staff teams or the staff committee consider the provisions of the mental health agreement when developing the funding recommendation for Bert Nash?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. No, we did not utilize that agreement. We really reviewed the application in accordance with the matrix that was established related to this funding process.
Mayor Finkeldine, other questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it to public comment. If this is an item you would like to speak on, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or turn on your camera and then letting Sherry know, and Sherry will call upon you.
Richard Renner.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Richard Renner, and I am the producer of the Busker Festival. I was an applicant for the general funding thing, and I got great guidance from the city on that. But I am left with several questions. I understand this is supposed to be a comment time, but hopefully it'll spur some discussion later on. There's 4 categories that these were awarded on there based on the strategic plan: unmistakable identity, strong welcoming neighborhoods, safe and secure, prosperity, and economic security. And of these 4 categories, only 1 category was not funded, and that was the unmistakable identity category, of which I was an applicant in. It's rather troubling for me to see that this was not funded, because it does say something about where the priorities are and in supporting the whole of the strategic plan. But all that aside, my main question was what was the criteria that this selection was made to not fund? Because in the strategic plan, it does ask for, excuse me while I get to this, it does ask for that certain goals be set for an increase in percentage of residents satisfied with the number of arts. Culture is celebrated in community, festivals, parades, events, etc. And there's no other real cultural partnerships in the city other than, well, the obvious ones that you could give money to, other than Parks and Rec. I guess they could make it happen. So I'm just curious, what's the criteria for what determines a cultural partnership with the city? And what was the criteria for determining that the Lawrence Arts Center and the Busker Festival were not those cultural partners? And if that's true, then my biggest question is, if not them, who would be an appropriate cultural partner to receive funding from the city? So those are questions. I'll leave the answers yet to be found. Thank you.
Paula Martin.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and your service. I am the Vice Chair of the Children's Advocacy Center of Douglas County. I was not a part of the application process when that was submitted, but so much has happened since then that I really wanted to bring you up to date on what we've done. We started this process in November of 2019 with Went Winter, Becky Price, and me, and later joined by Dr. Jen Hansen. I think you have written comments from Dr. Hansen, which explains in very much detail and very thoroughly what a CAC does. So I'm not going to go over that. I'm sure you have that to read and to review. What I want to focus on is what we've done since we submitted our application. We have met with all the community partners. We have a multidisciplinary team. We have a board. We have a memorandum of understanding. We have our guidelines. We have office space. We have an executive director now who came from Sunflower House, a CAC in Shawnee. Our MDT is made up of the DA, the law enforcement of all the jurisdictions in Douglas County, Lawrence Memorial Hospital, Burt Nash, DCF, the Care Center, and Juvenile Justice. Our board members from the community are Kathleen Sebelius, Michelle Chronister, Becky Price, Michelle DeRusso, and Leah Roslin, and that makes up our board. We are hiring an advocate. We're advertising now for May 1st for an advocate. What's important is this advocate is a one-on-one advocate to take care of the kids who have been victims of abuse, sexual, physical, emotional, in Douglas County. And there is no other organization in our county that does that. And we are the only city that did not have a CAC, and one of 11 counties that did not have a CAC. We fill a gap for these children. A particular gap we fill is children under the age of 13 cannot get sexual assault exams at Lawrence Memorial Hospital. There is no pediatric SANE nurse there. Those kids have to go to Children's Mercy in Kansas City. Dr. Hansen is one of the doctors who performs those. Our kids are not getting there. These will not be precise, but illustrative. In the same time period, Leavenworth County had 44 kids seen at Children's Mercy We had 7. You know, I don't think it's because our kids are not experiencing abuse. It's because our kids are not getting there. And I am not finding fault with anyone, with DCF, with law enforcement. They do not have those resources, and we fill that gap. Our advocate will get those children there. We're working with Lawrence Memorial Hospital to get somebody trained to do those so the children don't have to go to Children's Mercy in Kansas City. But in the meantime, we provide the transportation, the knowledge, follow through. The same with Bert Nash with trauma-informed therapy to be sure the children get those services and that the non-offending family members get those services. We get a lot of financial support from a governor's grant. It's a VOCA grant. I think Commissioner Ananda, you're probably familiar with those. And we need to raise a certain amount of money in order to be able to draw down all of the money that's available to us from that VOCA grant. We're short right now. So if we don't have any city funding, we will have to go to private donations to get that. And we really don't want to take away private donations from other nonprofits in Douglas County. We want to be self-sufficient with county, city, grant money, and some private donations. Right now we've had $10,000 in private donations.
Paula, can you go ahead and wrap it up, please?
Okay.
Yep. No, you can finish your sentence, but wrap it up, please.
I just think that we fill a gap in this community. We're new. Right now, funding is so important if we are going to be able to continue our work. And Douglas County for years has tried to have a CAC, and this is the furthest we've ever come, and we really want to be successful. So thank you for your consideration or reconsideration.
Thank you.
If there's anyone else who would like to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand. There's no more comment on this item.
I think thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission, and maybe I'll start. Danielle, can you kind of address Mr. Renner's questions about the category of unmistakable identity and what we might have been looking for there? Any comments you have for that?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. As we mentioned in the memo, it was very difficult for staff to discern what breakdown, if any, to have across the various outcome areas. This is one of those areas that moving forward, we would like to get that feedback and input on the front end. We also recognize that there are some other funding opportunities for some of those types of activities, particularly the TGT grant. So that was another consideration that as staff we had, as well as kind of the breakdown of applications. We had 2 applications in that outcome area and 5, 6, and 7 applications in the other 3 outcome areas. So that was part of it as well.
Mayor Finkeldei, I know this used to be called social service funding, and we had the social service committee, and they made these recommendations. We made a slight shift from social services to outside agencies, but it doesn't look like we ended up funding social services agencies. And I guess you mentioned this, it seemed to me that there might be some other pools of money that we'd want to look at some of these other opportunities, as well as some of these social service agencies get funded from other pots of money as well. But I just didn't know how that played into the discussion about other pots of money besides the general fund. Danielle, that was a question. Is that something that?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. It did play into the discussion a little bit. I think that the challenge with these general fund dollars as we opened up this application more broadly without having a strategic plan fully in place is that it is so wide. It's a very wide net. Some of those other funding sources have a lot more more focused intent. And so I think that was one of the things that you're seeing we really struggled with as a staff team bringing forward this recommendation. So I would say as it related to this and particularly that one application, there was a funding recommendation with TGT as well. And that was something that the committee discussed. And it is something that we looked at as we looked at all of the applications to see how much of the program is being supported by the city, whether it's just this funding source or the other funding sources that we have throughout the different funding sources as well. So that was certainly something we did look at as we reviewed the applications.
Commissioner Arson, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Mayor. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question, kind of a follow-up question to that, because you had indicated that with the Busker Festival that you looked at the fact that they had other funding opportunities, like with the TGT, and that was part of the calculation that you considered. But yet, just before that, you had indicated that when you were looking at the Burton Nash one, that they had, that we have a mental health agreement with them that with funding alternatives, but you said that was not considered as part of your decision-making process. Why would you consider it for one application, but not all applications?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. As part of the application, we asked applicants to submit a budget as part of the application so that we could take a look at the anticipated revenues and expenditures. So in our review of these applications, that was predominantly the tool that we utilized to look at what some of those other funding sources potentially were for all of these programs. As you go through the applications, you'll see a variety of requests being made related to each of these. So that was really the tool that we utilized along with the scoring matrix to bring forward recommendations.
Mayor Finkel, other questions or comments?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that this ties in with the conversation that we're having on our last agenda item this evening, which is that scorecard and how we move forward with the strategic plan. And we didn't have that in place as these applications were being considered. And I wonder, I think that it might be a good, at the very least, mental exercise to really look at what these programs are offering and what those measurements that we have for that scorecard and how they would fit in with those. Is that, though, I guess the question that I have is that the plan with those scorecard initiatives, will that guide us in the future through this process?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, and I don't know, Craig, if you wanna start it, I'm happy to let you start, and I can follow up if you'd like.
Thanks, Danielle. This is Craig Owens, City Manager. We're trying to honor what it seems to be a long tradition of this grant program and process, and I've been told it's had at least 5 different iterations of scoring methodologies. This was trying to be a bridge to what we believe is a new framework for all of our expenditures, and that is the strategic plan. And as we build the detail of these, and we put the measurable results that we're looking for everything we do, not just outside funding, but inside funding too. We think that that's probably going to lead us to something that works a little bit better than a grant program. It may be specific requests for proposals for specific results that we're trying to achieve in the community, and that there won't be an arbitrary necessarily funding pool of $700,000 wherever that came from. It'll be what we think the priority-based budgeting prioritizations allocate. And do we need extra help? Do we need extra assistance? Is there more dollars that need to be allocated towards some of these specific purposes and outcomes? What this does right now, without a strategic plan guiding it, as the past has been, what it gives us is it kind of, there's no real reason for a pool of money, and it's inviting any proposal for any cause in reality, and so we can't really accurately budget that way. I think what we will be doing in the future will be much more precise, and it will be guided by these strategic priorities that the community has set, and how do we best achieve those. Much of it will be by traditional staff delivery of services, and I would expect, from my knowledge, not just of these applicants, but the community resources that we have out there, that we will be in tight partnership in contractual relationships with some of these agencies that have great specialization and great capacity and unique ability that doesn't exist within our staff resources. So that's probably an over answer here, but it really speaks to a broader question that I think has been brought up through this process this year.
Commissioner Hernandez, thank you for that. Danielle, I didn't know if you wanted to follow up, sorry. Okay. I think that for me, that will be helpful in this process, because I don't think that there is a thing on this list that we would say is wildly unimportant, or, you know, Judge Martin knows how to pull my heartstrings because I've worked in the field of sexual and domestic violence for more than a decade. And so this CAC is vitally important to this community, and getting that up and running is vitally important. And so, you know, hearing about the funding issues that go along with a VOCA grant, having experience with that, you know, just understanding all of the complications that go into every single one of the organizations that are before us this evening, having those criteria, having all of our funding sources, really pointing toward our strategic plan is saying, how can you partner with us to make the community that we want to see? And how do we prioritize that funding in that way? Rather than, you know, I think what is inevitably, and to some extent, a political process or a longevity-based meritocracy that isn't really a fair system. So I am very much looking forward to that, and the opportunity to engage that in future budgets and future grants of monies to our programs.
Mayor Finkel, I do second that. I do think that going forward that, you know, focusing on our strategic initiatives are important. You know, I do think you know, from time to time, there might be, you know, certain funding that's necessary to kick things off or to make things to go, and maybe they don't always fit within our strategic plan, but something that we need, we see the benefit to. And I guess as I was looking at this and reading the information on the Children's Advocacy Center, and knowing that the way that funding model works by kicking them off with funding and then hopefully getting the grants thereafter, or having the grants and then having it matched going forward. You know, I'd certainly be interested in seeing what the other commissioners thought about putting some money towards that. And I guess maybe this is a question for Craig. All of these are worthy. I'm not going to say I want to take money away from anyone else. I mean, but what would the process be to add something to that? Add something to the 711? Is that a budget amendment, or how does that work?
City Manager Craig Owens, yes, it'd be a future budget amendment, but again, there wasn't necessarily any hard rhyme or reason for the 711. That this, like any of our budget items, we have to anticipate that there will be some flexibility built into it. So if we would want to do a budget amendment, which would consider where we save money in other categories, or potentially where we would draw down fund reserve, those would both be options depending on the size of the modification. And Danielle would be the best person to answer that question with more detail.
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I think Craig summed it up well. You would see it if that was the direction from you all tonight. We would include that item in our future quarterly budget adjustment and amendment process. So you would see that at a future meeting, likely in April. is when that would come forward. So that would be the process that we would utilize if you did want to go beyond that $711,000.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that. Paula, you raised your hand while I was talking, and we don't generally allow additional public comment, but I'm afraid I made a mistake or something that you're going to correct. So if that's the case, fine. We don't additionally allow public comment, but you're all muted there, Paula.
My hand down because I realized it was inappropriate. I was just going to tell you that some grants were frozen already this year. By the time we could apply next year, we will be in line for more grants.
Thank you.
Commissioner Larson, I just would like to ask, or just add to that, the CAC, the Children's Advocacy Center. One thing that I heard really loud when Paula was talking was that this is a service that's not offered by any other organization in Lawrence. So there's no duplication of this service from what I can tell. So I think that it just seems to me like it would have scored a lot higher if, I don't know if it just wasn't part of the grant process, wasn't written in the grant, that was the case. But if this is an organization and they're the only ones that offers this one-on-one advocacy for children who have been abused sexually or physically, then it seems to me like the scoring doesn't really represent that. And again, it could be because it wasn't in the grant. I don't know. But I think that makes a huge difference for me is that this is obviously a service that is needed. And one that, I would potentially like to try to find a way to work with them if possible, given that information. Is that just not part of the grant questioning, or how does that work, Dan?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. That is part of the application question, is that duplication of a service, and how do you partner with other agencies in the community? I can't recall exactly offhand. I'd have to go back and review that particular application, but I would say by and large, agencies did a good job of kind of articulating that relationship that they have with other agencies. And it was one of the, I think, criteria as we were going through. The coordination of efforts was a criteria as well in our scoring matrix.
This is Commissioner Arnetta. I kind of want to jump back a little bit to say, there are 6 other organizations that weren't funded in this. And while I do feel passionately about the CAC, and that's certainly a conversation that I want to have, I also want to point out that if any of those other groups were here tonight, we had Richard Renner, who was here with the Busker Fest, that is wildly successful in this community and brings a lot of people together. I think that all of these organizations would have a very compelling argument for us. Like I said, there are none of these organizations that we would say, absolutely, this is a horrible thing. We should never fund it. So I think that the point of what I was trying to say is that this becomes a very political process, right? We have a former judge in the room who's talking to us, who some of us have literally argued in front of. We have an organization that's doing very important work, obviously, but we have lots of them in this community, and being able to use that scorecard will remove some of that political bent from this conversation. And that was kind of the point that I was trying to make. That said, I'm not opposed to funding the CAC separately by any means. I was just trying to acknowledge the flaws, I think, that I see in the process that we have currently.
This is Commissioner Boley. I appreciate that this is kind of a bridge to where we're going to go. I think it's important that, this process come together, in coming years through our priority-based budgeting and the strategic plan. One thing that does trouble me about this year's process was that evidently, the staff focused only on the applications and not on the broader context, which includes the mental health agreement. And the provisions of the mental health agreement stipulate that the city will provide space for Bert Nash and that the county will provide program funding for the programs. And here we are, allocating $135,000 to homeless outreach for the Bert Nash that, undoubtedly the county was not asked for that. And I'm not saying it's not important. What I'm saying is that if the county was paying that $135,000, we would have resources for other things that are not subject to the mental health agreement. I'm very much interested in funding the CAC this year. One avenue to do that would not include a supplemental allocation would be to cut $40,000 from the homeless outreach and, essentially say to Bert Nash, you have an opportunity to go to the county. They could do a supplemental appropriation, or I believe the unallocated reserves of Bert Nash are about $8 million. So I don't know that the CAC has any unallocated reserves at this point because they're brand new. So they don't have an opportunity to reach into those reserves. So as we do this, I think it's important to realize that there are other avenues that are available for homeless outreach for Bert Nash that the CAC does not have.
Mayor Finkeldine, I'm certainly supportive of the CAC, and especially given the discussion we had tonight, or the public comment we had tonight, I guess. To me, this is not the time to cut back on the homeless outreach team. We already cut them actually a little bit from what we funded them last year. Last year we funded them 145. I think this year they're at 135,000, and so we the staff cut them by 10,000. I don't think this is the time to do that. And I know we have some disagreements, Commissioner Bully, on how that agreement is interpreted, and whether or not even this homeless outreach money is the same as the mental health services referred in that agreement, and whether or not it limits us from supporting that. But I understand your point. But I guess I would, I think this is a unique opportunity, and I think it is. I understand what Commissioner Nanda is saying. There's a lot of these things I support wholeheartedly, many of these organizations. But I do think CAC is different in the sense that if we can get them off the ground, they will be in a much better position going forward. And so I'd be interested in adding to the allocation and increasing it to 741,000 instead of 711.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Bully. I would just mention that on February 9th, I believe it was, we allocated an additional $90,000 for the winter shelter program out of fund balance. And I believe on February 10th, the county commission allocated surplus revenues over expenditures from the first year of the pandemic, 2020, to their reserves. So when I say that the county could do a supplemental appropriation, it's with full knowledge that they had 1.85 million surplus of revenue over expenses in 2020. I also would be okay with a supplemental allocation, but I just want to make sure that people realize there are resources available besides the city of Lawrence.
Commissioner Larson, I might add to that the county also has a 69% fund balance, which ours now has been cut down to about 20 or 21 because we continue to dip into our fund balance in order to cover some of these very much needed programs. Don't get me wrong, I think they're very much needed, but at some point we've got to work with our partners, our county partners to make sure this funding is equitable, make sure that it's being paid for appropriately from the appropriate funds as well as from the appropriate entity. And that's where I'm at with that is they've got a much, I guess I'll just stop there.
This is Commissioner Bulligan. I'm not disputing the need for these programs. That's not my point. And I'll stop there.
Mayor Finkel, other comments?
This is Commissioner Nanda. I would be supportive of the additional allocation.
Mayor Finkel, I guess I'll go ahead and make a motion, seeing no other comments. I would move that we approve the funding recommendations for the general fund, outside agencies, and authorize the city manager to execute the funding agreements as outlined in the staff report with the addition of funding the $40,000 to the Children's Advocacy Center of Douglas County for a total of $741,000.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. I don't believe that number is right.
Danielle, can you comment on that?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. It would bring the total up to 751.
My math is terrible. Thank you. That's why we have people who get paid to do the math. That's not me. 751. Thank you.
Commissioner Nando, second.
Mayor Finkellein, there's a motion and a second. Is there any other comments before we vote?
I made the motion, so I'll vote aye. Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you so much. You don't know how important this is to the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move. Do we need to take a break before we move to the next item? Looks like we had a yes. We'll take a 10-minute break and then return for item number 2 regarding the engineering services.
it a second, no hurry, but Melinda was messaging me and I told her you'd let her in.
Uh-oh.
It's not a hurry, but people are like.
No, it is good.
They get
Ready to go?
You ready, Kurt? Yes. We're ready.
Mayor Finkel and I, we are back from our break and we are ready to take up regular agenda item number 2 as originally labeled, and it's related
To the GEO Consulting Group agreement. I assume, Dave, you get to start with this, so we'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Mayor, and good evening, City Commission. Dave Cronin, City Engineer. So back in January, we presented a community engagement proposal for consulting services for the 27th Street project. That proposal that we brought was based on input that we had received last fall when discussing the project and receiving authorization to proceed with the RFQ for community engagement. I would say it was a pretty extensive proposal and there was a high cost with it. And so, based off that proposal, the commission deferred action on the item back in January. And so tonight staff is recommending a revised approach to both reduce the cost of the community engagement process and also provide a break in the process to determine the feasibility and need for the project before spending additional time and cost for design. So there was also some questions at last meeting on staff leading part of the engagement process to save some costs. And as we were discussing internally how to bring this back with a revised process, we did discuss that, but did feel that it was important on this project for staff to kind of take a step back as we've originally submitted the project in this to be included in the CIP, and thought we would be best to use JEO to lead the process from the beginning and also use their expertise with their community engagement professionals and facilitators. So JEO was selected as the most qualified firm when we went through the QBS selection process. And following the January commission meeting, we met with JEO again and discussed a revised approach to reduce the cost and still effectively engage the steering committee and the public. I'm going to see if I can share my screen here and provide a slide with an overview. Here. All right. So this revised approach would basically include 3 meetings. We would start by having a steering committee meeting and then follow with 2 public meetings. So the first meeting with just the steering committee members would include the representatives from Run, the Youth Sports Complex sporting groups, FLAT, the Arboretum, and members of the Multimodal Transportation Commission and Parks and Rec Advisory Board that were appointed to the steering committee last fall. So we would get together and, to help frame the situation, discuss the history of the project and the facts surrounding the project. We've had some previous discussions about the timing of the South Orange Trafficway improvements on the west leg and the future interchange at Wakarusa and when that could be done. And so I would say that just to be, so everyone's clear on the where the what the expectations are, or where we're at on the process for that project, is that currently KDOT is proceeding with design of the SLT improvements from Iowa to the Turnpike. And but there are no funds to proceed at this time with construction. And so, the best case scenario would be that in the next few years, we get through design, right-of-way acquisition, utility relocation, and then if there's funds available, a project could be let as soon as 2024. And depending on the phasing of construction, that it is possible that the interchange could be complete there in 2025. And that would include having an additional access point to the youth sports complex and better safety for those getting to the complex. So we are optimistic that will keep moving forward, but again, there's no definitive timeline for construction of that project. And so it's a very complex project, an expensive project, and hoping to keep that moving forward. But so I wanted to add that information. So, with that steering committee meeting, we would also go over some of the community data. And as so far we've received a lot of public input, and we would not discard any of the input that we've received to date. But do feel that there's a due diligence to ask and collect informed input from all stakeholders, and some that we may not be hearing from as much here recently. But overall, the steering committee would help guide and define the project success and identify goals and priorities for the project. So the first workshop meeting would be public meeting number 1. And at that meeting, we would provide a project overview, recap data, and brainstorm possible alignments. That could be done in a virtual environment with the use of Mural, which is an online workspace. The consultant will use trip data from Streetlight, which is a data service source that uses smartphone data on trip origin and destination. And they can actually go back and look at pre-COVID trip data from vehicular trips, bicycle trips, pedestrian trips. And I think when we were looking at the approach to this, thought that might be a more efficient, cost-effective way to provide more traditional, I guess, traffic data than maybe what we're seeing currently as trips are down during the pandemic. So that information would be used to help guide some of the discussion with a public meeting, number 1, and the brainstorming of the different possible alignments. And so I did want to add that we have talked a lot about this project as just being a road project, but the scope also includes a shared use path connection from the Lawrence Loop out to the dog park and to the Lower Dam Road. And so, in the overall estimate for the project, it is about 30% of the construction cost, or about $330,000. So I did want to include that as well. So it's would be something that would be included in the project. So moving forward to the second public meeting and workshop, we would just build on the information and feedback from the first workshop, and then present two different alternative alignments. And so this would include some preliminary engineering to include a roadway profile, typical section, and some concept level cost estimates that would be used to collect feedback on a preferred alignment, or determine if there's additional information that is needed before proceeding. And so overall, that's the kind of process that we would use to help guide decision on next steps. I would say that all these public meetings would be live streamed and recorded to provide transparency, and that we would be receiving public comments throughout this process via Lawrence Listen. So we could, throughout all these meetings, receive comments and view them as we are proceeding through this process. Following completion of these meetings, we would then provide the summary of the engagement and preliminary engineering work to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, the Multimodal Transportation Commission, and then recommendations would be presented to the City Commission. And so then at that point, the City Commission could decide to not proceed with the project, or proceed with a preferred alignment, or to proceed with additional community engagement and looking at other options. So, at the last meeting, we also got a question that came up regarding the timeline of the KDOT grant funds from the cost share grant that we received last spring. So we don't have a definitive deadline for accepting or declining those grant funds. When discussing where we're at with this project with them last, I did indicate we wouldn't be able to provide any commitment prior to June, and KDOT was okay with waiting until at least June before we either accepted or declined the funds. Overall, in the agreement, the project would need to be let by June of 2022. So, if we do end up proceeding with this project, or determine that early this summer, we would have about a year to go through the process of design and discussion with the Corps and permitting before we need to let the project. So overall, this process that we're bringing to you tonight has a cost of $38,960, which is a reduction in the $97,000 proposal that we provided back in January. Of this overall cost, about half of it is for project management, the public meetings and presentations for the community engagement, and the other half are costs used for the data collection and traffic analysis, and preliminary engineering work that would help assist in guiding the engagement process and giving feedback. So our overall staff recommendation is to proceed with this agreement for community engagement and preliminary engineering services. I know we've received a lot of feedback from users of the dog park that are opposed to the project, and that feedback is very important. And I believe it's also important to hear from other stakeholders out there. I know for many years here prior to the pandemic, we've heard a lot of complaints and concerns from users of the youth sports complex regarding traffic delays getting in and out of the complex and concern exiting during emergencies. During this last year with traffic down and events down at the youth sports complex, we really didn't hear much complaints about those issues. But as things get back to normal, I would anticipate those issues coming up again. So KDOT did complete some improvements, interim improvements at 27th and K10 that I do believe will benefit congestion and improve safety. But I think that this connection was also identified in their safety study that could be done in addition to those improvements to help mitigate congestion and improve safety. And so I think those improvements that they made will be beneficial, especially during normal AM and PM peak hour traffic. But with large events at the sports complex and the influx of traffic and in and out, there will still be some congestion and delays with that traffic signal there in the single access point. So I guess the last thing I'll just remind everyone is that if we do get direction to proceed and approve this item tonight, it does not commit the city to accepting the grant funds or proceeding beyond the proposed community engagement process that I've kind of outlined tonight. So with that, that's all that I had, and I'll stand for any questions. And then Jason Peak with JEO Consulting is here in the meeting, so he would be he'd be available for any questions regarding the process as well.
Mayor Finkelstein, I thank you, Dave, for that presentation. Commissioners, do you have questions for Dave at this point? Seeing no questions.
Commissioner Nanda, did we lose Commissioner Larson?
That's what I was just looking. I thought maybe we did. Mayor Finkelstein, Casey, can you see if she's trying to get back into the?
She's not, Mayor, this is Casey Toomey. She's not in the waiting room. I'll look and make sure she's not trying to text or email.
I'll look at mine. Mayor Finkelstein will maybe give her 1 second. Again, no questions, and then I'll wait for her to come back. If looks like we'll go ahead and go to public comment at this point. If you want to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand. We might wait a second to see if Commissioner Lawson joins us, but we can go ahead and get people queued up in line by raising your hand, using the raising the hand feature, or turning on your camera and giving it a wave. And again, Sherry, let's just wait a minute to see if we can get Commissioner Lawson back.
Commissioner Lawson is back. There we go.
Sorry about that. Don't know what happened. Lost my connection.
Okay, Mayor Findlay, thank you. I think we'll go ahead and proceed with public comment, and I'll let Sherry call upon those that she sees.
Adrienne Donovan.
Hi, my name's Adrienne Donovan, and I oppose the extension of 27th Street through the Mutt Run Dog Park. I've spoken before you many times on the subject, and to be honest, I wasn't quite sure what to say today that hadn't already been said, and I don't know what other argument can be made to finally convince you that this was a bad project from the start, mishandled from the beginning, conceived in an era no longer relevant to how these facilities are used today, and frankly addresses a problem that no longer exists. $40,000 to hire an outside consultant to facilitate a discussion about possibly not building a $1 million road that may no longer be needed, using outdated pre-COVID traffic data that is no longer relevant to this discussion. Is it just me, or does anyone else think this is ridiculous? We all know that KDOT has come up with a solution to the 27th Street intersection, one that would mitigate the current poor design of the entry exit of the youth sports complex without destroying the dog park. You've made the decision to continue the conversation anyways, just so you can ensure all voices are heard. And I get that. Inclusion is important. I know users of the dog park were completely excluded from the decision to apply for the KDOT cost share grant that makes extending 27th Street possible. So I get it. Hearing all voices is important. That said, people who support the extension of 27th Street have had the exact same number of city commission meetings to advocate for this project as those who oppose it. They've had the exact same number of weeks to organize, create a petition, write op-eds for the newspaper. Why haven't they? Where are the supporters of the 27th Street Extension project? And I've been thinking about this mystery a lot, and then it suddenly occurred to me that there's a real dangerous dichotomy of us versus them that's been created around this project. And I'm not sure if it was intentionally done or just really mishandled, but I think we should all stop pretending like there's this oppositional contingent of dog owners and some sort of great showdown against parents who have kids who play sports. That's just ridiculous. We're all one and the same. Many of us have dogs, and many of us also have kids. And if you're a resident of Lawrence, you probably use both facilities. And I'm not trying to say that people who use the youth sports complex aren't frustrated by the poor design of that entry and exit of that facility. What I'm trying to say is that many of us use both. And while we want a solution for one, we don't want it at the expense of the other. That's just common sense, and you don't need to spend $40,000 to hire some outside consultant to understand that. This is no longer about those who oppose this road or those who support it, whoever and wherever they may be. This is about looking taxpayers in the eye and saying that this is a responsible expenditure of their money, that this is a priority, that during a time when restaurants are closing, shops downtown are boarding up, a shocking number of people have lost their jobs, and we have members of our community living in tents in our public parks, that this, spending $40,000 to facilitate a discussion about a $1 million road that is no longer needed, that this is a priority right now. I don't know about you, but I think that would be a hard argument to make. Thank you.
Ann Fowler.
Hello, my name is Ann Fowler. I'm here as a representative of Mutt Run Advocates. I have my prepared comments, which I also submitted to you in writing. But honestly, as I've been sitting here listening to people speak tonight, I've just felt a bit overwhelmed. I think it's quite amazing how many people come to you with absolutely heartfelt requests and the number of very serious issues that you must address in some way. And as I sit here thinking about the road through the dog park to reduce congestion for YSC, which will be eventually reduced anyway by the revisions to K10, I think, why in the world would you want to do that? Why would you take something that's not broken and break it by putting a road through it? Right now, it is an absolutely priceless treasure for Lawrence, used by so many people, and putting a road through it would destroy it. Why add that to all of the very serious issues that you already have to deal with? So I'm sitting here looking at all my comments and thinking, gosh, do I really want to say these? Well, I do want to make a couple of points about Dave Cronin's proposal. The first one is that My question is about meeting number 1. The public input received to date will be presented and the steering committee will help define the community priorities. My question is, how will the leader of the meeting gather the public input presented so far over the past few months by many of us who are members of Mutt Run Advocates and present it meaningfully to the steering committee? That first meeting has so many elements in it. I just don't see how it could be given enough time. And because we care so much about it, and because the steering committee is weighted in favor of YSC with 3 representatives and only 2 for the dog park people, I think it's really important that we have some assurance that all of the work we have put into this, all of our sound reasons, receive reasonable consideration by the steering committee. I'll just skip forward and reiterate one of the things that Adrian said, and that is in terms of community engagement. There have already been several articles in the Journal World, letters to the editor, and city commission agendas that have alerted the community to the proposed project. Everyone already has had an opportunity to voice an opinion.
Mayor.
And then the second thing I've already alluded to, listening to public comment tonight just points out how many serious issues the city commission has to deal with, and in no way do I see the extension of West 27th Street through the Mutt Run being one of those. Thank you very much for your time.
Caitlin McDermott.
Hi, I kind of wish I could just play a video of Adrian's speech again, because that was very good and very concise and very pointed. And I certainly agree with everything that she said. You know, on the heels of you all just approving an additional $40,000 for something that is very important, the CAC, to then turn around and spend $40,000 on something that isn't important and should not be done, I think is ironic. And so I think, you know, the public engagement has happened. The voices have been very loud, and we know that there will be changes coming down the pike for that area in 3 short years. And we don't know when the sports complex will be back up running at full capacity. We don't know if it will be. So that's all I've got to say. And I appreciate everyone else's comments on this. Thank you.
Jean Heitzman.
This is Jean Heitzman. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Well, here we go again, voicing our opposition to a road being built through our dog park. Tonight, you're going to vote on whether to hire a consultant to consider building this road, a road which still hasn't been proven to be a necessity. The 2 main arguments for building this road are for quicker egress from YSC in inclement weather and as a secondary access point for emergency vehicles. Quicker egress, done. KDOT has added a left turn lane from 27th Street onto K10, which will significantly facilitate the movement of traffic through that intersection. Secondary access point for emergency vehicles, done. Ambulances have used and can continue to use the existing gravel road. Since both of these arguments have been resolved, the discussion of this road and the awful fence that would have to go along with it should finally be put to rest. There are other suggestions that haven't really been discussed. How about extending the green light at the intersection by 5-10 seconds on game days or seeing if the start times of games can be staggered more? How about building a second entrance to YSC off of 27th Street at the far west edge of the ball fields? That could be the entrance, and the current entrance could be the exit. Most of the traffic then would be moving in a counterclockwise direction, which should improve both movement and safety within the parking lot itself. It would also facilitate access for emergency vehicles. I mean, if they're so set on building something, why not consider that idea? I could argue from an emotional standpoint, again, but I'm opting for a logical standpoint this time. Do we really need a consulting firm to tell us what common sense already has, that this road is an unnecessary project? Keep the city's $38,000 and let the state use the grant money on a more worthwhile project. Please. As always, thank you for your time.
Trudy Walker.
Hi. Hi, this is Trudy Walker. I'd like to voice my opposition to the 27th Street expansion through Mutt Run Dog Park. I feel it's an unsafe choice to try to do that. None of the safety features that have even been addressed would work in that type of an environment. And I think it's totally unnecessary. As the previous speakers have said, none of the arguments for the road hold much weight. It's much better to leave things as they are, and the new road alignment with the K10 improvements should take care of any necessity for more traffic flow or emergency egress. Again, I oppose the extension of 27th Street through Mutt Run. Thank you.
Lynn Dimple.
Lynn, we cannot hear you. You need to unmute, please. Mayor Finkeldine.
Sorry. Lynn Gimpel, Mutt Run Advocates. With all the meetings that we've had and the Parks and Rec Advisory Board meeting and the City Commission meeting and the press, we've heard from the YSC organizers, but not their users, as Adrian pointed out earlier. So I thought a little anecdote might help. My nephew, whose 2 kids play at YSC probably every evening during the summer and certainly every weekend, said to me, "Sorry, Aunt Lynn, but if I had to vote, I would vote for the road. And the waiting time is a pain in the butt." And so I said, "Well, why haven't you spoken at a meeting or written a letter?" And he said, "Because it's not that important to me." And that's the big difference. If the tables were reversed and Mutt Run users were asking for a new road that would shorten soccer fields or take away third base from baseball games, I think YSC users would be out in droves, because something had significantly and destructively threatened their playing experience. They passionately advocate to stop it the way that we're doing. The 27th Street expansion would significantly and destructively alter the daily experience of Mutt Run users. The year-round experience we have of walking unfenced away from traffic with our dogs in a natural, tranquil setting would change forever. And that's why now over 1,500 people have joined their names to ours and have written letters and attended meetings. This isn't about an inconvenience bound to be solved within the next few years. It's about an integral part of our way of life here in Lawrence. That's what we've been saying from the beginning, and will continue to say at every single opportunity that presents itself. It's that important. Thank you for listening.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and one thing I had is when it comes to this $40,000 for, I guess, community engagement, didn't we just approve to add $120,000 a year staff member? That's going to be what the community engagement coordinator. Like, if we if we just spent that much money to add a staff position whose job it is for more community consultant, like a community engagement, how come they can't be doing some of this? Why are we spending $40,000 more for outside consultation when we just added a community engagement coordinator? This seems like you talk about like stakeholders. What about the taxpayers? That's what my stake is. Like, we're wastefully spending money, I think. And this is a good example when we just we just hire this new I think it was an unneeded position, but if we're going to have this position, we need to use it before we start spending money on outside sources. And also, I'd like to point to the jail, like the police review, the outside police review, where we stopped some of what we were doing and we're waiting for this outside police review to be done. Maybe we should wait on this until we get the community coordinator. And also, it seems like a waste of money if the state's going to be tackling this problem in like 2024, and they could solve this problem. So how much is this all going to cost in the end? Like, if it's $1 million, we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars then basically for a problem that we're only going to solve for a few years before the state solves it. And just with all that, like what was asked for earlier for funding, there seems to be more important funding things going on right now than this. And I would just ask that we hold back on this until we at least get the new community engagement coordinator. And also until then, until the 2024, until the state takes over, why can't we do more stuff like asking the parents to carpool and maybe stagger games? Just, until if we think the state is going to fix this problem, we should at least do everything we can to not pay more money for a problem that they're going to solve in the end. Thank you.
Cassie Netch.
Good evening. My name is Cassie Netch. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have lived in and loved Lawrence for the past 28 years. Denver, my Labradoodle, and I are strongly opposed to this expansion project. The Mutt Run is a valuable gem in our community, a sacred haven for all dog owners, and we could argue that Mutt Run is a community all on its own. My family and I spend almost every weekend and some weeknights at Mutt Run. And while I don't disagree that public safety is important, we must consider all aspects of public safety, including that of the dogs and owners that enjoy the off-leash areas that would be affected by these changes. You've heard public opinion, and hiring an outside agency to facilitate unneeded conversation would be a waste of valuable funds. While I'm unable to speak as articulately as some of the other Mutt Run advocates, I do strongly urge you to oppose this expansion as well as to consider other solutions to this issue. Thank you for your time.
Scott Taylor.
Thank you. My name is Scott Taylor. I do walk my dog at Mutt Run as often as we can, but also I want to point out that Mutt Run is often used by people, including myself, as a place to relax in nature, away from traffic, without our dogs. And that's an important amenity. I won't go over in detail all of the reasons why I think it's a bad idea to extend 27th Street through the Mutt Run Park because several other people have already done a great job on that. I just want to point out one thing, and that is that this is something that once you do it, it's going to be really, really hard and take a long time to undo it. Very few communities ever are sorry that they've preserved open space, but there are lots of communities out there, some of which I've moved away from for similar reasons, who are sorry that they didn't preserve open space to recreate in a peaceful fashion. So let's keep the cars away from Mutt Run, please. Thank you.
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Is there anyone else who would like to provide comment on this item? Is that a hand?
Sherry, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment on this item? Mayor, there's no more public comment on this.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. We will bring it back to the commission for questions or comments.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I had a question around kind of how we handle traffic and other sporting situations, like around KU games. Obviously, the attendance at those games is much different, but I believe that we have some sort of traffic enforcement out at some intersections after those games. And I'm just wondering, you know, looking at costs, because this is a temporary issue, whether or not having some kind of traffic handling occurring at that intersection until we are able to get the interchange through the state. If that is even something that has been discussed, talked about, thought about, considered at all?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. We've discussed optimizing the signal timing and potentially even having someone monitor the signal during large events, which is a possibility. To have someone out directing traffic at that intersection. It is a state highway with high-speed traffic. That would not be a recommendation that we would look into further, just because of the safety of having someone out there directing traffic manually versus using the traffic signal. So, you know, I think that we've discussed that before, and that could be done. There would be a cost to do that for someone out there or remotely monitoring the signal. So we're also trying to get that signal hooked up to our fiber network. So maybe within the next year or two, we could have more remote capabilities to monitor traffic movements out there. But
this is Commissioner Hernandez. So has that been looked at as a viable solution in this instance for that temporary need?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. It has not been looked at, and you know, and I think you know, we can only funnel so much traffic out of that intersection. And so it may help. I think every little bit helps. I think the recent retiming of the signal out there will help. The additional turn lanes will help. But when it comes down to it, there's one way in and one way out. And you know, there's a lot of traffic on K10, and the volumes on K10 have doubled since the East Leg was opened 3 or 4 years ago. And, you know, we've had, it's just really increased the problem out there. And so there's only so much that we can do that, you know, if we have a lot of people out there and an emergency happens or severe weather event and everyone tries to get out all at once, there's only one way to get out. And so, you know, none of these other things that we can do at that intersection will, you know, still accomplish having a secondary access point or another way to leave that area during an emergency. So I think that's something that we can continue to look at. You know, we've discussed, you know, moving games to other ball fields and other things that could potentially be done if there's, you know, availability around town. And Mark Hecker could probably speak to that a little more. I know that's been included in the conversation. So, we're really looking at anything to mitigate the congestion out there. It's just a lot of it's just based off of the large traffic volume using that single access point.
This is Commissioner Hernandez. So it sounds like there are mitigation techniques that are available with the exception of an emergency, or I'm assuming the facility out there would be a severe weather facility. Would that be a safe place for folks to go rather than trying to get home?
Dave Crone, city engineer, I don't believe there's a shelter out there, or at least one large enough to accommodate the large number of people that could be out there any given weekend or event.
Commissioner Hernandez. Okay, so then it would be around severe weather events as well as emergency situations. It sounds like that's the remaining factor that feels like it needs a solution. Would that be fair to say?
Dave Crone, city engineer. I think it's a big factor, but I still think there's, we're going to have congestion at that intersection, so we can keep trying to optimize the traffic flow of K10 with getting people, across K10, looking at any way possible to do that, or limiting the number of people that are out there. Are options, but if we're going to continue to have large events out there and tournaments, that draws a lot of traffic. And again, there's only so much that we can do with handling traffic through that intersection.
Commissioner Hernandez, thank you.
Mayor Finkelstein, Dave, as I hear you answer that question on a Saturday afternoon, how many cars do you think, let's say you built the road, maybe even you build it straight through Mud Run and through, how many cars are you thinking thousands of cars would be trying to go and wind their way up onto the dam and out? Or are you thinking it's just a secondary exit where you might get 50 cars heading out that way?
Dave Crone, the engineer. It's a good question. I would still think that the majority of traffic will still exit out towards K10. Folks that are going back into town or going towards Topeka or Kansas City, that still may be the fastest way to go. And that, only but in really congested times that folks would have the opportunity to use that road. And so, if you go out that way, it is, if you're going back into Lawrence, depending on where you're going, it can take longer to go that way. So I think people will naturally try to find the path of least resistance when they're driving. And so if they, if they see traffic backed up, that would be an opportunity. But I still think the majority of traffic would exit out towards K10. And we may even, if we proceed with this process, maybe even determine that we build this road and there's a gate on it that we can just use or use remotely and open it during certain situations, large events, or just in emergencies, or have some discussions on the use of the road. And I don't see this being built like a city street. It would be more of like a park access road. Some of the roads that are out there, more low volume type roads that aren't built to handle a lot of traffic or a lot of heavy traffic, but they're again just to provide a secondary access point.
Mayor Finkelstein, and I guess maybe that is where my question was headed. It feels like when you go to the Mud Run, via the traditional path, it feels like you're really driving on kind of a park road, not a road to carry traffic. I guess is, I know sometimes we have capacity sort of designations for roads. I mean, what is the capacity of that road heading into Mutt Run and up to the dam? I mean, does it have a capacity rating of any sort? Or would we be looking to have to improve that entire stretch if it was starting to be used a lot?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. If it got used more, we may need to look into the condition of it, that existing road from Mutt Run to the dam road. I don't know what current condition it is. Most of those roads are chip seal over old gravel type county roads, so they're not built to city standards, but they also don't handle a lot of heavy traffic, bus traffic, truck traffic, that really deteriorates roadways. So yeah, we would have to continue to maintain that road if it needed it, just like the other roads out in that area, like the Lower Dam Road occasionally needs some maintenance too. So but yeah, I don't, and that's part of this process with looking at the traffic analysis and trip generation is, come up with projections on, how much trip distribution would, use that access road.
Mayor Finkelstein, maybe I should know this. Are those city roads, like when you get to the dam and out there, are those city roads or those county roads?
Most of those roads are within the city limits and maintained by the city.
Thank you. I probably should know that. I didn't. I've asked this question before, and maybe the answer is still the same. What I call Wakarusa extended south, what they're planning to do as part of the folded diamond, and I think kind of Gene's point about maybe a second entrance and flowing traffic better. I mean, is that an option to work with KDOT to use the $1 million to build a road they're planning to build anyway, and then use that as a circulation mode?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. There's no way to build any secondary access point from YSC to K10 ahead of that interchange. KDOT wouldn't permit another access point to K10 to provide a different access point. So I think we have plans to extend Wakarusa further to the county to Road 458. That could be done in conjunction with the KDOT project. But that will be a significant project in cost as well, probably exceeding $7-8 million at least.
Mayor Finkel, last question. When we first talked about this, we talked about, kind of the limitations of what I would call alternate routes. I mean, when we say they'll develop 2 alternate routes, how do you see that being bounded? I mean, for example, if we said build an alternate 27th that doesn't touch the dog park, that goes all the way, up the spillway, over the, near the Centennial Point and down and around. I mean, is that an alternative we're looking at? Or when we say alternative, are we limiting ourselves to some sort of, again, what's the limitation of 2 alternatives?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I would say just 2 unique different alignments that starting at the YSC complex and going west and connecting to the dam road. So it could be something similar that we've very conceptually shown with the application along the dog park, that plus one further to the north or any other alignment. You know, it got brought up to put a road through the spillway, which didn't think was feasible, but it was pointed out that that's been done before in another spillway. So I think we intended to go into this process with an open mind and a blank slate, and to kind of discuss different options and pros and cons and costs. And originally, I think in our last proposal, we were going to look at 3 different options, and we narrowed that down to 2 to help limit the cost for this process. So,
Mayor Finkel, thank you, Dave. Other questions for Dave or comments? Mayor Finkel, no one wants to jump in there, I guess.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Ananda. I'll jump in real quick. I know that feeling.
Thank you.
You know, I'm thinking about our strategic plan and certainly the conversations that we had earlier tonight and the conversations that we will continue to have on our last agenda item in our scorecard. And thinking about, you know, the alignment to the strategic plan items on this particular item are infrastructure, asset management, and connectivity. I think that when we're looking at what our priorities are, this adds infrastructure to our community that will be obsolete within 5 years. You think that when we're looking at connectivity, again, it adds a connection that will be, again, obsolete in 5 years, and certainly could be a prelude to more improvements that are needed on those other roads. So additional costs in the conversations that we're having, in addition to, you know, my very real experience of seeing many, many people on that road wandering with their bikes or their kids or their dogs, the damn road itself. So that additional danger, and I've not heard any follow up on that. And then our asset management, it adds another asset for us to manage for sure. But I don't see how it aligns with our scorecard and moving forward. Acknowledging that there is a problem and that there is a solution, but it's not here today, and the frustration of that. But I am hearing that there are things that we can do to mitigate that, and perhaps alternatives that around the emergency situation and the severe weather situation. Like, I think that those are things that I don't have a reasonable outlined solution in this conversation. But aside from that, I'm just really looking at our strategic plan and how we're prioritizing our money and where that can go.
Vice Mayor Shipley, yeah, I agree. And in addition to that, you know, we know that it's happened to lots of communities where they take the initial money from the state to build a road, but of course the state doesn't come back and fix the road and take care of it after that. It's on you. And very recently we were talking about something completely different, and some commissioners said, well, what are we going to do in 20 years or 30 years? If I don't know how to pay for it, then I'm not interested in that. Well, we're in the same situation now. If it is in fact a road that doesn't get used, or even if it starts to be used more simply because we built it, then we're on the hook for that. And we already know that we're in the tightest bind we've ever been with our infrastructure. So I just don't see a logical reason to spend that money. In addition to that, even just recently, we can think of things that have flown past us that were $30,000, $40,000 that certainly to me seemed in higher demand than this. You know, the splash park, just the site preparation for the splash park, which East Lawrence has begged for years, was about $30,000. Or in the water tower park, that neighborhood is asking us for their estimate, $35,000 for decorative cement on one of the paths. So I'm having a hard time justifying that. You know, a great point is indeed we will have an engagement coordinator, and that person might be from outside our community, or they might be from inside the community, but not staff. And I appreciate that staff is trying to be sensitive by not pushing it or kind of taking some space from this issue. But also, we had several months that we could have been engaging with that focus or the steering committee. And in that time, they might have thrown an idea or two out completely, but we didn't take advantage of that. So I'm still in a real struggle to justify this, certainly to myself or definitely to the taxpayer.
Commissioner Larson, and our past discussions on this, one of the biggest reasons I wanted to keep moving forward with it is because I felt like it was important that we make sure we allow all voices to be heard. And I know we continue to scale back the project as far as the public engagement goes, and now we're down to $38,000. And I had hoped it had been much cheaper than this. So I'm really hesitant about wanting to spend $38,000, $39,000, $40,000 to essentially what seems to me to be mostly about public meetings. I realize there is some design work talking about possible routes, but at this point, I'm not real interested in spending $38,000 for that type of public engagement at this point.
This is Commissioner Boley. I would like to suggest that perhaps we've succeeded with community engagement. I've gotten a lot of comments about how we shouldn't spend this $38,000.
Mayor Finkeldine, I think I agree with my fellow commissioners. I do think, we need to continue to look at ways, to address the traffic issues at YSC, but I don't know that this is the way to address that. So I think I'd rather use my money to look at other options and not this option. I do agree. I think there could be ways to improve traffic flow. I think there could be ways to improve at intersection. I think there's things we can look at, but and I do agree that, I think, as someone said, once you build the road, you're not going to be able to take it out. It's going to forever change that area. And so that's where I'm at. So further discussion, emotions?
This is Commissioner Nada. Do we need a motion if we're not going to move forward?
Mayor Finkeldine, Sherry, do we need a motion to deny the award? I don't know.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. You can choose to not take action on this item. Dave, do you have a preference on?
I would say that this, Dave Cronin, City Engineer, this project is in our CIP, so maybe taking a motion to remove it from the CIP if that's the intent, so that we can prioritize the funds for this project to somewhere else, if that's the intent.
Commissioner Nanda, I can make that motion. I would move, and correct me if I'm wrong. I would move that we remove CIP number PR 212407 from the 2021 Capital Improvement Plan.
Vice Mayor Shipley, second.
Mayor Finkeldine, just to be sure, Sherry, does that address what we need here?
I'm sorry, Mayor. The Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. My Surface just crashed. So I'm trying to record this physically, so Dave, did you, are you good with that?
Mayor Finkellein, Dave, are you okay? I mean, is that, you think that covers it, that motion to remove it from the CIP?
Dave Tronis, the engineer. I think that's a pretty clear direction, but if someone else would want to chime in, please do from staff.
The city manager, Craig Owens, I think that's got it. We'll follow up if there's something else that needs to happen.
Mayor Finkellein, thank you. Just wanted to be sure on that. We have a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Vice Mayor Shipley. Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkellein, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone, for your time and multiple times being here. And we are ready to move to item number 3 on the regular agenda, as previously mentioned, which is consider adopting resolution 7346, setting forth procedures related to the city ethics policy. Don't know if Tony was taking this one.
Tony Wheeler, City Attorney. Yes, Mayor. I'll be presenting this item this evening. In late 2020, the City Commission considered a draft resolution that would create a clear process for investigating alleged violations of the city's ethics policies. And at that time, there was a good discussion among the commissioners. However, you all made several suggestions or recommended changes to the draft. And so that's what we have before you tonight. We have incorporated the changes that you wanted to see. Just to summarize them quickly, we have created a separate category for the investigation of appointed officials. We added language stating that if a member of the City Commission or an advisory board member resigns or no longer serves, any complaint rendered against that person would be rendered moot and no further action would be taken. We added language stating that investigation may be suspended pending the completion of a criminal investigation or prosecution. We added language stating that in the case of a complaint against an advisory board member, if the city attorney finds that the complaint is neither credible nor sufficiently states a violation of the policy, then no further action is taken and the complaint is not forwarded to the commission for consideration. We added language clarifying that the governing body may discipline an advisory board member and that removal from the person's appointed position is possible, but other discipline may be appropriate as well. Clarify that when a time is specified, it means calendar days rather than business days. And then finally, we added some language to define credible when the city attorney is tasked with an initial review of reviewing an evidence, reviewing a complaint to find out if it is credible. And in this draft, we define it as credible means not frivolous, it means reliable and reasonably able to be believed. So those are a summary of the changes that are in this revised draft, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Mayor Finkellein, do we have questions for Tony?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I had one question, and it's probably language that we recommended, so I'll own that. In A1, the addition of the statement which puts the city in a bad light, a violation of these items in a manner reflecting directly upon such person's work on behalf of the city or which puts the city in a bad light. I feel like it's highly subjective interpretation of that, and I don't know if there's desire or room for dialogue around that particular wording. Just curious what other commissioners thought, or Tony, if you had any thoughts on that language.
City Attorney Tony Wheeler. I'll step back.
Okay, but that's yeah. I guess I would just ask Tony. This is Commissioner Larson. Can you tell us why that was added into that section, along with that?
City Attorney Tony Wheeler. Yes. When this matter was brought before the commission earlier, there was some concern about having complaints about violations of trivial matters. So, we have a very large city code. If someone engages in jaywalking, is that the type of violation of law that we want to have this process trigger? So we attempted to try to narrow that down to tie it really to the person's service or work on behalf of the city. And while that language that Commissioner Ananda identified, placing the city in a bad light, that is subjective, I will agree, but it is very difficult to list out all of the possible options that might trigger it. So we were trying to balance it and provide some language that would provide some guidance in the future. But obviously, it is subject to the commission's tinkering. If you can come up with better language, we are certainly would entertain that.
Mayor Finkel, I do think I at least was one of the ones who brought that issue up. I was concerned that, someone gets a speeding ticket, someone files a complaint that the person has a speeding ticket. That's credible, probably, it's true. They got a speeding ticket, and this person happens to serve on the, Transient Guest Tax Committee. And then we have to have on our city commission agenda, Frank got a speeding ticket and, that was a violation, and then all of a sudden, it just seems like we need something more limiting than any violation of any state, local ordinance, local regulation, or city policy. So that's, and I appreciate the attempt. I agree it's a tough one, but that's what we wanted to limit, is what my concern was.
This Commissioner Ananda, I would say that was also my concern. And also my concern in this is, I would say that there are folks who would argue going to a local protest would put the city in a bad light. Or if, let's say, abortion was illegal in Kansas and I went to Missouri to have an abortion, then that would put the city in a bad light. And, I just think that there are, I guess there are risks with any language that we use. It was just, bad is highly subjective and tricky. It's tricky to come up with actual language. So I'm one of those very unuseful people who have a complaint but no suggestion.
Commissioner Larson, don't we take an oath for that, to uphold, to not violate the Constitution's laws, federal, state, and local? Isn't that part of our oath?
But do advisory board members take that oath? Mayor Finkel, aye. No. And I think that's, my bigger concern, which is one of the reasons we separated that out. I mean, what if you just took out, well, again, I guess I was going to say directly upon the person's work on behalf of the city? Is that too narrow?
This Commissioner Ananda, I guess we've moved into beyond questions.
Oh yeah, true.
At this point, but I actually really like that, Mayor.
Good point. Let's hold that. Let's ask other questions and see if we have some comments on that from others. But other questions for Tony?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, I do have a question on B3A. It's on page 8 of 17. And it's the first sentence there says the complaint alleging a violation shall be in writing and forwarded to the mayor, who thereupon and in a timely manner shall cause a copy of the complaint to be forwarded to the remaining members of the governing body. I'm struggling with the word timely manner, since that's not really defined that I can see. I wonder if we shouldn't put a time frame on that. Similar to what we've done in other parts of it.
City Attorney Tony Wheeler, yes, you may insert a specific timeline if you'd like.
Commissioner Larson, I would be interested in doing that, just to keep folks honest, so to speak.
Mayor Finkel, other questions for Tony before we open it to public comment? Mayor Finkel, seeing no questions at the moment, we'll go ahead and open it for public comment. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature or turn on your video and give a wave, and Sherry will call upon you.
Chris Flowers?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I am definitely troubled by the line about put the city in a bad light, because that is very up to opinion, I guess. I just wondering, maybe I would say maybe differentiate between a felony or a misdemeanor, maybe, but also, I think when it comes to elected officials like yourselves, I think it should be up to the public. I mean, I don't know how the law works, but are the residents able to recall the commissioners through a recall? Because if so, I think they should be the ones doing it. Because I know in state legislature this year, there's a representative named Aaron Coleman, and the Democrats were trying to get him removed from office, and they were using stuff like this basically. And his thing was that he'd done some exploitation, I guess, when he was, in junior high, and stuff like that. Like, what if it's something from someone's past from like 10 years ago and it comes out? I mean, but the statute of limitations is passed, then what happens? I don't know. I'm just kind of troubled. I think we should be more open and understanding, and I don't know. But I do think that it should be up to the public to be removing elected officials and not put their potential opponents, basically. Thank you.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment on this item? There's no more public comment for this item, Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think
Oh, wait,
Chad,
Mayor. Yeah, thank you.
comment.
Chad, you can go ahead.
Yes, my name's Chad Osdale. And I was concerned with the complaints and violations I had filed against the city, multiple complaints about ethics violations, and whether or not the employees have the right to know anything at all about what is done with their complaint if they file it, or their grievance. Just curious, if an employee files an ethics complaint against the city, what is the process? Because I haven't been able to find it. I have filed the complaints, followed all the process, told that I have no right to know what happens with my complaints. The city will deal with it. The whole problem with the city's management is that they have no one to hold them accountable except themselves. With an outside attorney investigating, that would be quite nice if an employee had a complaint against the city. But the strange thing is, I believe PIRA would take care of all of that for the employees anyway, if the city bothered to opt into it. And it would cost them not a dime out of pocket. These are the ethics concerns that I have, and the violation complaints that I have made that I have seen nothing done with, other than put through the system to have the system decide that the system has done nothing wrong. And I just find this inappropriate. Said it many times over and over again, and the answers I get are, well, it's the way we do things. It has no effect on your raise. Don't worry about it. Guess what? After 2 years of going round and round with you about it, and you send my blood pressure over 200, and I have my stroke 2 hours after leaving my third step to my grievance about an unsafe work environment, I have a stroke, and you still run me round and round in circles. You call me 2 days before my sick leave is up to tell me your sick leave's up. Can you come back to work? It's been 4 months since I had my stroke. I get tired of dealing with you people. I get tired of being lied to. I get tired of going around and around about the same damn thing. I realize it's been 3 minutes and I'll shut my mouth, but I'll be back again next week. Have a wonderful evening.
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. No one else has indicated they want to provide comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. Sherry, we'll bring it back to the commission for additional questions or comments. Maybe this is the time to talk about what we were talking about before.
Commissioner Nana, that's what I was going to bring up to ask Tony what her thoughts were on your recommendation for that first statement ending after on behalf of the city.
City Attorney Tony Wheeler, I'm comfortable with that change, and we could easily make that.
Mayor Finkel, I like that change. I also like Commissioner Lawson's change to add a time frame. I don't know, Commissioner Lawson, if you were thinking 3 days or 5 days or
3 to 5, that'd be fine.
Would it be within 5 business days?
it's calendar days, I think, is how everything's defined in this now.
So I'm hearing that you'd like to add in section B3A that the mayor shall thereupon within 5 calendar days cause a copy of the complaint to be forwarded to the remaining commissioners.
Correct.
Tony Wheeler, City Attorney, we can either make those changes by motion, or if you'd prefer, I can type that up or amend this and bring this resolution back on the consent agenda at the first meeting in April. It is your preference.
Mayor Finkel, I think if these end up being only 2 changes, I just as well pass it tonight and move on. But if we end up with other changes,
Foley,
that might be appropriate.
I agree with you, Mayor. Let's get this done.
Commissioner Nada, the only other thing I'd add is, doing 3 to 5 days doesn't make much sense. Just making it 5 would that be reasonable?
Commissioner Arce, I think that's what she was going to do, 5 days. Yeah, I just give a ballpark. Yeah.
Mayor Finkel, I'd say I appreciate these changes. I think all the changes in total that you've brought back from the first time we saw it, I think we've made some good progress, and I think this is a better procedure. I'm sure we will learn as we start handling complaints that there might be something we missed or forgot about, and obviously we can continue to take that up. But I think this gives a good delineation between appointed officials, city commissioners, city manager, and other employees, and I think treating those differently, I think, is important. And to Chris's point on, I think, even Commissioner Lawson's point, I think city commissioners are a little different level or different, oath that we have. So I like this differentiation. I think this is a good improvement.
This Commissioner Bullock, could I hear the other change, please?
Mayor Finkel, it was on A1, so page 3 of 17, A1, and in the red additional language
end after the word city. So in a manner reflecting directly upon such person's work on behalf of the city, period. And taking out the bad light part.
Commissioner Bully, thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Finkeldye, Sherry, I don't know if your Surface started working again or if you have those two written down, if we make a motion that incorporates the two changes.
I do have it, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Nanda, I'll make that motion. I would move that we adopt resolution number 7346 with the changes to B3A to say within 5 days and A1 ending the sentence after on behalf of the city.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkeldye, there's a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldye, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you, Tony, for your work on this, as well as Maria. We're now ready to move to item number 4, which is to receive utility billing customer service survey conducted by ETC. I'm not sure who gets to present on this. Maybe Christy?
Yes, this is good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager, and I'm introducing Ryan Murray, who's from ETC Institute, and he will be presenting that presentation tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. Is it okay if I share my screen, or would the city prefer to display the presentation, have me verbally move us through it?
Casey Toomey, whichever is your preference, you're able to share your screen.
Okay, thank you. It still says that you've disabled the participant screen share.
Let me try to re-enable it.
If it's too difficult, I'm fine with just, oh, there we go.
Now.
Great.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine, thank you. All right, everybody can see? Excellent. All right. Well, thanks for having me back again at a little bit different times. Last time I presented your 2019 community survey results, which were very good, very interesting, but I was in person. Unfortunately, I'm out in Lee Summit, Missouri tonight, but still excited to present the utility customer satisfaction billing information. Christy reached out to us sometime in the middle of last year and said, hey, we're thinking about doing this. Could you help us? And we do a lot of utility surveys, especially in the Kansas City metro area. So we were just a perfect fit to work on the City of Lawrence's project again. I'm going to kind of run through this. You all should have a full report. The findings were overall just very good. This was directly related to customer service and how that's relayed to city residents. Folks are very satisfied, and we'll just take a look and see just how satisfied they are. It was a very short survey, 3-page survey mailed to a random sample of residential utility customers. The survey could also be taken online, but we also sent email follow-ups to those folks who received the mailed version of the survey to boost response rates. And just like on your community survey, we received a significant number above and beyond our goal of 400 completed surveys, dropping our margin of error to about 3.9% at the 95% level of confidence, and giving us almost a 31% response rate. So just really astonishing there. We know that these were utility customers, so they, were obviously vested in the particular subject, but still very, very, very positive to receive that kind of response. Most folks who'd taken the survey, 72% indicated they'd had any interaction with Lawrence utility staff. I think over 60% had some kind of interaction with field staff as well. But most folks are calling utility staff, at least within the last year, and significantly fewer in-person visits, which could be expected. Approximate wait time for minutes to wait to speak to someone who could help them, approximately 3 minutes. One of our highest performing organizations, although a little bit different when it comes to the type of utility service. Their approximate wait time is right around there, maybe a little bit longer. So you're really, really good shape right there. This question is particularly based on their experience. So if folks indicated they had experience with the utility billing office on the phone, please answer yes, no to the following questions. As you can see here, an overwhelming number of respondents answered yes to all of these particularly positive statements was the employee spoke with technically competent and knowledgeable, 99% yes. The only one where we kind of had slightly lower ratings was did the employee with whom you spoke with by phone adequately help you resolve your question or concern? I believe when I was there about a year ago, we discussed customer service with the city of Lawrence and how the city has really set the standard at the city level for that delivery of customer service to residents. The fact that only 11% of folks indicated that they didn't adequately help you resolve your question or concern is likely a sign that those folks did not like the response, or, there are probably a couple instances, but a vast majority of folks were very satisfied with their experience. As we can see in this particular chart, most of these charts, anything that's blue is going to be positive. Anything in that yellow, or excuse me, that pink or that red is going to be more dissatisfied, very dissatisfied particular ratings. And as you can see, you can barely make out any of those ratings. So again, the overall resolution to your issue or request was towards the bottom of this list. But again, we understand that when folks call or are dealing with utility billing staff, sometimes the request just can't be completed, due to rules and regulations, or maybe sometimes the customer might call with an unreasonable issue or request that the city just cannot handle. So again, slightly lower levels of satisfaction in that particular area, but not concerning given the overwhelming positive response that we saw to all of these questions at the overall utility department billing staff. Again, as I mentioned earlier, 60% of respondents indicated they'd observed utility department field staff in the last 2 years. And as you can see to the chart to the right, again, overwhelming positive responses. The only one is the field staff's repair to your lawn or landscaping. Again, there are probably some rules and regulations about what the city needs to do before leaving or after digging up a lawn or landscaping. And some folks just aren't going to be satisfied with how far they've gone. So again, slightly lower ratings in that particular area, but overall positive, and something maybe to look into and maybe respond to if there actually is a pervasive issue citywide. So moving to overall satisfaction, those previous questions were all for folks who'd had an experience with either utility staff over the phone or in the field. These are questions that were asked to all respondents, whether or not they'd had that particular interaction. As we can see, very high levels of satisfaction as they cascade down the list. We get a little bit higher levels of neutral ratings, but again, not very many dissatisfied or very dissatisfied ratings, which tells us overall the organization is performing very well, and it's a healthy organization internally, where we'd see a lot more dissatisfaction and some ruffles here that would maybe be cause for concern. But as I mentioned previously, in my other presentations to the city, those neutral ratings are really just those average or okay ratings. It's a passing grade. So you've not made a positive perception, but you've also not made a negative impact on my perception of the delivery of services. The items I've pointed out with arrows utilize our important satisfaction analysis to determine that those are actually our highest priorities for improvements. Typically, we'd see high priorities for improvements related to higher levels of dissatisfaction, but actually in this instant, folks are very satisfied with the safety of drinking water in the city, but they want you to maintain that safety, and that's a really important item for them. Even moving down this list all the way to the bottom item, over half of respondents indicated they're satisfied with how well the water utility plans for the future water and sanitary sewer needs of the city. Again, very high levels of satisfaction and neutral ratings, only 8%, so less than 10% of our respondents indicated any kind of dissatisfaction. Folks are generally satisfied, but as we see in this chart, everybody just thinks these items are relatively important. So combining the mix of satisfaction and dissatisfaction along with the importance ratings, this items that they think that we should receive the most emphasis of the next 2 years, we get our important satisfaction analysis, where we determine really planning for the future water and sanitary needs of the city are really the top priority for improvement, and maybe not even necessarily for improvement because the satisfaction ratings are so well, but just continuing to emphasize that particular area to try to boost satisfaction, particularly through water bill inserts and things like that. Communication, this is what we're doing to plan for the future, because the majority of folks are just unlikely to know from my experience. Those other items that I pointed out are safety of drinking water, how well your water utility maintains water and sanitary sewer system, the accuracy of your bill. Those items are not really high priorities, but if we don't continue to maintain those high levels of satisfaction, as you can see there, they will eventually become high priorities based on their overall importance. So those are really important items. Those top 4 items that we really need to focus on. Those items at the bottom of the list, you're in good shape in those items. As you can see, the satisfaction ratings are very high, about 70%, 66% above. And then the importance rank of some of those lower rated satisfaction items kind of makes sense. 1% of folks indicated it's important to, improve or emphasize the ease of paying my bill over the phone. It's very likely very few folks are actually still paying their bill that way. Only half of folks gave satisfied responses. But as we can see here, most folks gave a neutral response or a satisfied response. So we're doing pretty well in all of these particular areas. There are some areas that we should continue to improve upon. This is another way of looking at this for those folks that are maybe a little bit more artistic or prefer a little bit more ambiguous ways of looking at this type of data. Those items below the horizontal bar, those items that received lower than the mean satisfaction rating. Anything to the right of the up and down bar there is more emphasis or more importance was given to those items. So again, I highlighted those 4 areas that I think that the city should really move forward and emphasize as you move forward over the next couple of years here until we do our next survey. There were a few additional questions that I found that were interesting. There were a lot of findings in the report, and the full results are found in the tabular data section of that report. But one of the interesting things that I found is that most folks are doing direct pay or the customer portal. That makes up almost 60% of our folks. So either online or just some kind of direct checking pay. Some folks are still, mailing checks in, which is great. And then e-checks about 10%, which I think is probably pretty close to that ACH type payment. Fewer folks are using your mobile app. So really in the future, the city should be focusing more advertising probably towards those more investment priorities towards those areas that are most used. But it seems like we had a pretty good usage clip among all of those particular areas. So we shouldn't really remove or, we're hoping maybe to see maybe the by text message option is one of those options that we could do away with in the future if the city's not necessarily making any money by doing it that way. But most of these items are being used by at least a few folks within the city. So we should be making sure that we're keeping those available to them. Previously, we saw about 20% of respondents, 1 out of 5 indicated they paid with the customer portal, but over or nearly half, 47% of respondents actually used the portal. So about 1 out of 5 are paying that way. About half of your residents are actually using the portal on a regular basis. Most of those obviously to make a payment or view a bill. Reputation and reliability and quality ratings of various service providers. Overall, Black Hills was way up there, but the City of Lawrence utility billing, I'm trying to move my pictures here. City of Lawrence was just right behind those folks, and again, just barely able to see any particular seldom or never responses there. So vast majority of folks think that Lawrence always or usually has very reliable services, which is very good considering it's water, sewer, and we had those massive issues in Texas recently. We just hope we don't experience anything like that locally, but it seems like the city's well equipped with most of these ratings to kind of overcome some of that. It's really interesting that most folks think that actually your electric and your water, sewer, your natural gas are actually more reliable than your cable provider, which is pretty interesting. And with that, I'll take any questions. I know it's been a long meeting for the commissioners, but I'm happy to take any questions or take those offline and respond back to Christy and get back to you as soon as I can.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you for that presentation and thank you for staying with us until at this point. Questions for Ryan?
Commissioner Arce, I don't think I have a question as much as a comment. Reading through this, I really appreciated the information and how it was presented. But I have to admit, I was absolutely shocked that only 30% of the respondents thought that safety of your drinking water was the most thing they would emphasize. I was just shocked because if you don't have safe drinking water, then really all the rest of the stuff is pretty moot. And so I was, that just surprised me a little bit.
And Commissioner, when a community is so positively, when they give such high positive ratings to all these particular services, It's similar to kind of how the city of Lawrence's ratings might have looked recently when, police services were up there. Folks were generally satisfied with police services, but they're, awfully important to most folks, and they think that you should continue to emphasize them. So although the safety of drinking water was a high priority item, it received relatively high satisfaction ratings, but because the importance rating was where it was, it became kind of a higher priority. It's not necessarily in this context because of the mix of satisfied and importance ratings. It's not necessarily a high priority for improvement, but it's a high priority for continued investment, in my opinion.
Mayor Finlay, other questions? Go ahead and open it up to public comments. See if any members of the public would have any comments on this item. If so, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. Mayor, no one has indicated that they want to make comment on this item.
Mayor Finlay, thank you, Sherry. We'll bring it back to the commission. I would say, I'd also Ryan, I appreciate your report, and when I saw the first time in the other survey, I like the way you put it together, and I think it gives us a lot of good information. And Christy, I would say this reflects that you must be doing a good job at what you do, and I appreciate that. As Ryan said, sometimes you can't help the people who call. They just don't, happy with the result. But to get such high ratings on politeness and responsiveness, Christy, I think that reflects well on you and all our employees. So I appreciate that. And certainly all our utilities department as a whole, both on reliability and planning and so forth. So it's very nice to see this.
Commissioner Larson, I would just like to add again, thanks, Christy, for all the work on this and the marks. The responses from the community have been obviously very positive. I would just like to add that I think water is probably one of the most important services that are taken for granted in our community. And just as a whole, I think people take for granted that they've got drinking water, it's going to be safe. But so much goes on behind the scenes to make sure it stays safe that we need to continue to invest in that to make sure that we can provide the water that is necessary. It's not only just the quality, but the quantity of water. I think that's something that's also taken for granted way too much. So thanks a lot for your work. Thank you.
Mayor Finkelstein, any other comments? I believe we just are receiving this, so I'm not sure we have to take any action. Correct, Sherry?
That's correct.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, thank you, Christy. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you staying with us and presenting that information.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Have a great night.
Thank you. We'll now move to item number 5, which is to consider adopting the scorecard related to the strategic plan and direct staff to bring back related work plans. And I'm guessing Danielle gets this one as well, so go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I'm going to share my screen quick and walk through a PowerPoint presentation that really walks through the key performance indicators that are before you this evening for consideration as we continue down our process of getting our strategic plan fully in place. So I'm going to kind of walk through at a very high level, very quickly, the process, also go through the key performance indicators that are being recommended to you this evening, and then talk about our next steps and receive any direction that you all may have. So I'm not going to go through this in great detail. We were here to give an update to you back in February. So this slide has not changed since then, other than to acknowledge that we were here before you in February to kind of give you a brief update midway through the process. Just a reminder that we had a couple goals as we were going through and developing these key performance indicators. Obviously, the goal of this is to really drive decision-making and priorities. You will see a number change here, no more than 75 measures total. We tried to get it to 60 and that just didn't happen. So instead of trying to get it to 60, we just updated this slide instead. But I do think the indicators that we have before you will really help with that decision-making and prioritization process. We did still want to have obviously balance between the various outcome and commitment areas. And ultimately, this should be a tool for tracking progress as well that you all find useful as the public does as well. So for those visual folks out there, kind of wanted to present this kind of visual representation of the scorecard. This is the general structure that we utilized that you'll see in the remainder of the presentation. I will warn you from here on out, I want to go through all of these KPIs. It is not presentation best practice to read all of this to you, but I do think it's important to kind of walk through each of these KPIs. So I just want to note that as we head in to review these 70 plus KPIs and apologize ahead of time. As we were developing our key performance indicators, we had a number of these indicators in one of the outcome areas, but as we continue to have conversation, really realized that they reflect on all of the outcome areas in one way or another. So we added this additional, section for these embedded measures. So they do kind of still have a home within one of the commitment areas, but really will impact in one way or another all of the outcome areas. So instead of listing them 6 times, we just pulled them out and listed all of them here. So the first 3 that are noted are for our engaged and empowered teams. So that's our employee engagement index. You'll see this repeatedly, but we wanted to make sure that every employee group was able to find themselves in one of these employee engagement index key performance indicators. So we have the overall score noted here with our internal services, as well as the percent of employees satisfied with their jobs. So that's one of the metrics in that employee engagement index, but we wanted to call it out specifically. The next several measures are related to community engagement. So we heard a little bit about this already this evening, but the first one, these come from our community satisfaction survey, or will come from our community satisfaction survey, but it's the percent of residents that are satisfied or very satisfied with access, availability, and timeliness of information. And then again, related to the presentation you just received of residents who have engaged with the city department, what is the level of satisfaction with that quality of service provided? And then finally here we have the percent of projects that follow the community engagement plan. We also wanted to note here the Municipal Equality Index. This is related to equity and inclusion. And then the final metric here is the percent of processes evaluated and improved per year. And this is related to the efficient and effective processes commitment team. So moving over to unmistakable identity, like I mentioned earlier, we kind of gave a bit of a sneak peek of this outcome area last month. We have made a couple of changes to that, so I still want to go through it with you this evening, but we think that this is a little bit more robust. So again, the first is related to community engagement, and it's the level of satisfaction with Parks and Recreation system, as well as satisfaction with the number of arts, diverse culture, and events in our community. Efficient and effective processes. So the 2 metrics we have noted here are the number of people that attended a city park, facility, trail, one of our programs provided by Theater Lawrence, the Watkins Museum, the Lawrence Arts Center, or the library, as well as the percent of residents that attended an event in the past year. For equity and inclusion, we have the percent of Black, Indigenous, and people of color or BIPOC residents rating the community as welcoming. and the percent of residents that believe their culture is celebrated in the community, whether that be through festivals, parades, events, etc. We also have here the percent of scholarship needs met for recreation programs as well. Moving on to sound fiscal stewardship, we have the net cost per visitor attending each event, as well as the percent of parks and recreation programming meeting cost recovery targets. Again, under engaged and empowered teams, you will see that employee engagement index specifically for parks and recreation. And the environmental sustainability commitment area, we have the number or the acres of park green space per resident, the number of events that celebrate and enhance area environmental sustainability, as well as the number of trees planted, removed, or maintained to create a healthy tree canopy. Moving along to strong welcoming neighborhoods. For community engagement, we have the percent of residents who perceive the city as a good or very good place to live. Again, this would come from our community satisfaction survey. Did not have anything for efficient and effective processes, but did have a number of metrics under equity and inclusion. So you can see here the percent of residential units within a half mile of city green space, walking or biking trails, or within a half a mile of a school or a library, as well as the percentage of households that are experiencing housing stress, defined as spending more than 30% of income on housing. Under sound fiscal stewardship, we have an affordable housing ratio noted here. So taking those sales tax dollars invested by the number of units. Apologies, I skipped ahead a little too quickly. Also under sound fiscal stewardship, we have infrastructure cost per new residential unit. Again, here under the engaged and empowered teams, you're seeing that employee engagement index related to planning and development services, as well as our solid waste function within municipal services and operations. Related to environmental sustainability, we have the acres per resident of public land used for environmentally sustainable uses. And we give a list of a few examples there, as well as connectivity of health food providers by transit, bike routes, or sidewalks, and the percent of residential, commercial, and industrial units above or at our energy code. Moving along to safe and secure. So under community engagement, we have the percent of residents who perceive Lawrence as very safe or safe. Under efficient and effective processes, we have Part 1 crimes per 1,000 residents, the percent of fires contained to the room of origin, percent of cardiac arrest patients with a pulse upon delivery to the hospital, and the number of responses to mental health crisis per 1,000 population. Related to equity and inclusion, we have the variance of satisfaction with perceptions of safety by race, gender, education, and income, and the number of child protective services reported incidents to the Kansas Department for Children and Families for Douglas County per 1,000 population. We also, under equity and inclusion, have the percent of residents rating trust in emergency services departments as satisfied or very satisfied. Moving to sound fiscal stewardship, there's one metric here related to the expenditures per 1,000 residents for police and fire and EMS. Engaged and empowered teams, again, the employee engagement index for both police and fire, as well as the percent of law enforcement officers meeting or exceeding 800 hours of training, and firefighters meeting or exceeding 228 hours of firefighter training. Our next outcome area is prosperity and economic security. So again, here under the community engagement, we have the percent of businesses rating Lawrence as excellent or good to do business, and the percent of residents rating Lawrence as a place to work as good or excellent. The efficient and effective processes had two metrics. One is target industry employment growth, and the other one is related to development permits and the average calendar days from application to issuance for commercial development. Equity and inclusion, we had women and minority business ownership rates in the community, as well as variance of median income by race, along with the area median income. Under sound fiscal stewardship, we had the 5-year rolling average for the total commercial building permit value, as well as the percent of private dollars leveraged to city dollars. Engage and empower teams, we didn't have anything identified here, but under environmental sustainability, we do have the percent of development that is infill. And moving to our final outcome area, infrastructure, asset management, and connectivity. This was another one that you saw back in February. Again, there have been a couple changes, but some of this should look familiar. Community engagement. We have the satisfaction of the condition of major city streets, along with the experience of transportation modes, calling out streets, bike and pedestrian, public transit, etc. Efficient and effective processes. We have the days per year in compliance with minimum water and wastewater discharge standards, as well as a percent of goals met for reliability. And you can see a number of services here: water, wastewater, transit, fleet, traffic signals, information technology systems, pavement condition index, fire medical, as well as police. Moving to equity and inclusion, we have the percent of sidewalks and shared use paths in compliance with the American with Disabilities Act and deflection minimum standards, as well as the percent of residential units in environmental justice zones within a quarter mile of a transit stop or on-demand transit zone. Related to sound fiscal stewardship, we have the cost per ton for solid waste collection, cost per gallon of clean and wastewater treated, along with the cost per gallon, including both maintenance and reconstruction projects. And then finally, the percent of plan implemented annually to move towards the lowest cost of ownership by asset type. Again, under engage and empower teams, this is where you're going to see municipal services and operations. But as a reminder, we pulled out solid waste in our other commitment area. And then finally, under this outcome area, we have environmental sustainability, and the metrics related to this include the percent of trips not in an automobile, the percent of city used energy that is renewable in accordance with Ordinance 9744, miles of trails, and the number of public infrastructure projects that account for climate adaptation. So one final consideration before you this evening related to this outcome area, and that is a consideration to change infrastructure, asset management, and connectivity to be connected city instead. This wouldn't change the definition related to this outcome area. It would simply retitle it to be a little bit more outcome focused. So that is something else that is being presented tonight for your consideration and is something new for you this evening. Again, next steps, we keep moving a little bit closer each time I present this to you. So provided any direction that you all have tonight, really our next steps are developing targets for the key performance indicators and developing those strategies and activities for each outcome area, and really to incorporate this in the fiscal year 2022 budget that is going to be before you before we know it. And then obviously there will be reports on progress that we do as well. But part of the timing of all of this is really focused on that 2022 budget and being able to incorporate as much of this as we can for your consideration. So the policy questions that we have for you, the first two are the same that we had at your last meeting that we presented this. So, do these key performance indicators, will these help you measure success? Are there gaps that you currently think exist? Are there things you think we should track but maybe shouldn't be a part of this scorecard that we have tied to the strategic plan? And then finally, is there interest to revise the infrastructure asset management and connectivity outcome to be renamed as Connected City? So that concludes my hopefully relatively short presentation for you all this evening. I would be happy to answer any questions that you all may have as well.
Mayor Fingeldine, thank you, Danielle. Craig, I don't know if you wanted to say anything before we got into questions.
No, I think Danielle did a great job. The only thing I will add is that this yet again is a conclusion of a lot of work that's happened at the staff level. That certainly doesn't mean that it's perfect. It is just we've tried to think through how do we operationalize the important words that were chosen and that were inspired by the community participation. So again, we always go back to this is born out of a lot of listening in the community, and then the words that were chosen and adopted by you set our direction in these areas, and now we're starting to build the details in, and these indicators will drive a lot of action and activity.
Fingeldine, thank you, Craig. Any questions for Danielle or Craig?
Commissioner Aranda, I have a couple of things. So I have two very specific, like word-oriented questions, the one broader question. The first one is just under infrastructure at Connected Community. Trying to find it under. Was one of the first ones. Experience with transportation modes. I just didn't see what that was measuring. Is it the number of transportation modes with which they have experience?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. It is related to satisfaction with those various modes. So apologies, that's a pretty important word that was not included in the presentation, but it would be related to satisfaction.
Experience interpreted in that way makes sense. So I can see when you're in the weeds how that makes perfect sense. Thank you. The other thing that I just wanted to point out is that in one area you use Black, Indigenous, people of color. In another you use minority with women. I think that there's room for conversation around the identity of sex, including transgender folks, but also when we're talking about minority, we're actually all talking about all protected classes under that equity piece. So I didn't know if there was space to expand that where appropriate. Obviously, like when we're talking about ADA, we're talking specifically about ADA. We are focusing a lot of our work on race, appropriately so. But are there other pieces that we want to incorporate, and is there space for consistency with that language?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I think the short answer is absolutely there's space to continue to have those conversations. I think as it relates specifically to the women and minority owned business ownership rate metric, that's the language that is tied to the data set that we have access to. So that's where we're pulling that language in. With the other metric that you noticed where we use the Black, Indigenous, and people of color, that data is coming from our community satisfaction survey. So we have a little bit more of an ability related to that to shape how we ask those demographic information questions. But I think to your point, absolutely, that's ongoing conversations that can continue to be had.
Commissioner Aranda, thank you for addressing that. And I saw Diane pop in. I didn't know if, aside from showing us how stunningly coordinated you are this evening, if you had more to add.
Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. Danielle covered the answer perfectly. I think it's just the wording of the data set on that particular one dealing with the economic prosperity.
Commissioner Nanda, thank you. So the other question that I had, kind of the last question, was around thinking through the conversation that we had earlier with funding and how we were really potentially in the future going to tie these metrics to applications. and looking like, let's take the example of Busker Fest applying through their, is it Unmistakable Identity? Apologies. Yeah, yes. So how would they be able to create an application that argues toward these? I don't know that I necessarily see that straight line from those, whether or not they're satisfied with the Park and Rec system, whether they were satisfied with the event. I don't even know necessarily that those kind of events are measuring those things, or if that's something that the city would want to do or want to require them to do. So I can see that absolutely when we're talking about like a nonprofit organization that is providing services. That's a natural part of their work when they're grant-based, but an event-based process wouldn't necessarily be measuring particularly these items. So I was just curious, like what the conversation around that had been, if I'm misinterpreting how that would be applied in that application process, or what that might look like.
This is City Manager Craig Owens. That's a little bit more detail than I think I can speak to on that specific event. Again, this idea that we use grants and grants are the approach that we use may be something that we really want to reevaluate. Everything in here will be targeted to get results or move the needle on these data points primarily. There's going to be a lot of data capture. I mean, this is 75 measurements that we're going to be looking at. There will be probably hundreds of lead measures that we'll be looking at that we hypothesize will lead to creating changes in these 75 metrics. So this is a more general way to answer your question. So if we're saying that we want, I'm kind of struggling because I'm not looking at the specific unmistakable identity scorecard. Danielle, if you can help me with that screen share. But if you're looking, we'll be looking at this to say, how can we achieve results? What are the best ways to achieve results in these areas? So we'll develop programs which may and often will have to in this area will engage providers of these services external to city staff. So many will be city staff, but we'll be trying to work with in partnership to try and do the best job we can to efficiently deliver results in these areas. So if we're trying to change, we say community engagement, that's kind of the perceptions of people that are participating. So when we survey the community, we're going to want to see over time when we get the data back, are we satisfying them or are we hitting the target? Because we might want to say we want a 90% satisfaction rate because 99% is way too hard to achieve. So we're not going to set it at that high. I'm probably over answering again on this, but to the events, we do have the TGT grants that are required to be, spend that money for things that generally help induce tourism in general. And so I think those things are going to be kind of clearly defined in what we're trying to get an outcome. But for some of these other things where we're spending money, we're going to try and receive results that are moving these measures.
This Commissioner Nanda, I appreciate that. I think that this aligns with some conversations that we've had and that I've had outside of this, where, maybe we shift this to a place where we're saying, here is what we want, who can create a program that will meet these ends. And that is a little different from, here's what we have, what do you got, and put it under these categories. And I guess that I'm hearing possibly that would be perhaps a more equitable, but certainly a more direct way to very specifically address these scorecard measures. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I think so. This is one that's a little tough because it has a lot of partnership requirements. So you can see that we're specifically listing, number of people participating in arts events. This doesn't mean that we're producing every single one of them and city funds are being allocated to do those. So in this one in particular, when you go to things like the water system, those are things where we're almost wholly responsible for outcomes, and our strategies investments should align there. In this one, we have so many partnerships in the community, and we understand and expect that the way art and culture is being developed and experienced in the community only a fraction is probably going to be directly funded, and we're responsible for providing. But what we've said, the community has told us, is it's important that we figure out a way, one way or another, that these things happen. And this is how we're measuring, are we continuing to make that happen?
This Commissioner Hernandez. So I guess, taking a different piece to kind of pull it out of that really broad category, perhaps looking at maybe it's under Safe and Secure. One, and the prevalence of domestic violence within the community, domestic violence per 1,000 residents under Safe and Secure is page 17. I guess you're not on the PDF, but that could be a very clear request where an organization could make a request or make an offer to provide services to the city to address that specific issue and show measures that shows that is an effective program. And is that that might be a better way to ask that question, or a better example to use when asking that question?
Well, I think we're going to feel responsibility that we say, we maybe develop a request for proposal and say, this is what we'd like to see results in this area, versus just anybody bring whatever ideas you have to the table, which is what I think we've kind of been doing with our grant type process that's ill-defined on results or outcomes. We could probably still do that with these particular measurements to say, here's a grant, anybody can bring a grant program, but I'd really say that this is starting to get into the request for proposals, and we use those proposals and we spend tax dollars to get these results, specific results, and we may get into contractual relationships with some of these outside agencies to do that, as we do now. So the nuance between grant and proposals may not be important anymore, but I see that we're going to have to be very intentional with what we're trying to achieve and the results that we're trying to achieve and the outcomes that we're trying to achieve.
This is Commissioner Nana. Thank you. I think that we're saying the same thing in slightly different ways. I will request that sexual and domestic violence be used, not just domestic violence, for looking at equity, gender-based violence. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Other questions before we open it to public comment?
Vice Mayor Shipley, I don't know. Maybe this is kind of in a similar vein and like too specific, but I'm not sure. Since she brought up Busker Fest, and I was thinking also about the Art Center. So in a way, it seems like we're putting things in very small boxes, but actually I don't think that's true. So for example, I think both of those things might fall under unmistakable identity, but certainly a strong case can be made that they also fall under prosperity and economic security or economic development, whatever we want to call it now. So I just kind of wonder how we balance things that fall into more than one category. We just say lucky day, we got some in the 2 boxes, and that, or how can we balance, or do we have to balance them out?
I don't know. I mean, I think these are the types of examples when we start to develop programs and build programs, we're going to be trying to be very efficient in delivering results. You know, so if you can get a double dip on a single investment, you can get results in 2 different areas. That's very positive. I mean, we're going to probably favor those things, and I think we'll see that happen. The 2 that you're talking about have a lot of crossover, and I think in the continuing conversations that we have, that's been some of the things of what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to achieve an economic development goal, or are you trying to achieve, you know, an arts, entertainment, culture goal? Because, you know, you've got to be intentional at what you're trying to do. Now, if you get something that does both, we'll need to evaluate that and properly, you know, prioritize it. But so I don't know for sure. I mean, that ultimately we're going to have to deliver a budget that is showing results here and shows you how much it's going to cost to deliver those results, and then try and get the balance right between these competing priorities.
Mayor Finkel, I think we'll go ahead and open up to public comment, then we can bring it back for comments and additional questions. If a member of the public would like to make a comment on these items, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I was just wondering some stuff. Was under outcome 1, the unmistakable identity. For the equity and inclusion part, you had the percentage of Black and Indigenous and people of color. And I was just wondering if we could expand that to LGBTQ and also the disabled. I know further on, like for the disabled, you had like number of, I think, sidewalks that were ADA compliant, but just counting the number of projects for the disabled is okay, but just because you make them doesn't mean they're happy with them. So I would like to see just making sure that what we're doing for the disabled, that they're happy with it. And also LGBTQ, like last week I presented my idea for the park where you can have late night sex. Well, part of that might be for like gay people. So if I can use that as a reason why we would need the park, I would like LGBTQ satisfaction with what we're doing to be added to the unmistakable identity. And also when it comes to unmistakable identity, what I see Lawrence as our identity is that we're a college town, and there's nothing about students mentioned in there. So I would like to see like a question of percentage of students that would want to live in Lawrence again. Because we've got Haskell and KU, like what percentage of our population are students? I mean, we definitely need something about students in the unmistakable identity because they're a big part of our community. So I would just like to see that added. Thank you.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Mayor, no one else has indicated they want to provide comment on this item.
I think, thank you. I'll bring it back to the commissioners for
Questions or comments? Commissioner Lawson, I think you were about to say something before I went to public comment. I don't know if you want to jump in or.
I did just wanted to talk just a little bit about the community engagement on several of these. Basically, it just states there's a percentage of residents that are satisfied with something, or the percentage of folks that are satisfied with the parks. Does that mean they'll be doing surveys? We'll be doing community surveys quite a bit in order to get that information or gauge that information?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. Yes, most of those satisfaction questions are questions that are currently in our community satisfaction survey. So we will need to increase the frequency of that to get more timely data. Currently, we've kind of been in a pattern of every 4 years. So some of those will have that historical data, some of them we won't. But yes, that is the tool that we use to track most of those satisfaction metrics.
So Commissioner Larson, does that mean we'll be doing those surveys every year, just as part of the process to ensure the matrix, scoring matrix works?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I would anticipate in the 2022 budget, you will see a request in there for a community satisfaction survey. We did not have that in the 2021 budget. I don't know, Craig, if you have anything else to add, but I think the intention is to increase the frequency of that so that we can capture that data on a more timely manner so that we can make changes as we need to.
City Manager Craig Owens, yeah, I agree with that, and I think we're gonna need to do an annual survey at least for a while, because you obviously see we're the intentionality of focusing on the perceptions of the people in the community that we're serving. So it's obviously become something that we're very committed to. In fact, it's a commitment. And I think that's the very best tool, a reliable tool. So it was kind of timely that we had ETC provide some data on that. And I think we will need to have an annual approach.
Commissioner Larson, thank you.
Mayor Finkel, I have a few things I have thoughts on I want to talk through. On the unmistakable identity, I still think that's the hardest one to get our hands around. And the actual definition is Lawrence is a welcoming community synonymous with the arts, diverse culture, fun, and a quintessential downtown. City parks and community events contribute to the vibrancy experienced by all people. And I guess maybe I said this last time, but knowing two things. Well, one is, I think, Chris mentioned students. I think the other part is this quintessential downtown. And when we talk about, using these outcomes, for areas in which we want to spend money to make sure we accomplish our goals, it just seems to me that we're missing something in there about downtown. Of course, we're going to have a downtown master plan at some point, and so it's not like it's going to be forgotten. But again, it's a tough one. I'm not having any specific suggestions here, but we have a measure of events or something, but I just wonder if there is something we could do on downtown. And again, I don't have any specific suggestion, but I bring that up. I would say, again, I guess I had the same thoughts that Commissioner Ananda had, and I think, Craig, you were saying the same thing. When I look at, safe and secure and think about, both the number of domestic or sexual violence per 1,000 residents and the number of child protective services reported, I think of things like, those are things we need to partner with folks like the CAC we funded tonight, or Willow, which we funded tonight. But again, as you said, Craig, to do that more in an intentional manner, not just as a random grant, but as kind of a request for proposal on how you serve those. So I see how those, fit in there to me. I would say, I've shared, I've done a couple of talks lately, one to the Chamber of Governmental Affairs and one to a Rotary Club, and I only had the first two that we looked at. I didn't have all five. I only had the first two. But I'll tell you, when I put up the prosperity and economic security. You know, we have the percent of businesses rating Lawrence as an excellent or a good place to do business. That, you know, that's something we have not always done very well at. And to put that as a goal and to measure that as a goal, you know, I think is a big deal. I think that is going to be something, you know, some of these others we rank pretty high on, you know, and we'll probably keep them there. But if I remember this survey correctly from last time, and certainly the perception, I think that's one that people are impressed with. I mean, also the target industry employment growth, you know, the idea that we're going to be measuring employment growth as an outcome of the city, I think impressed people, as well as the percent of private dollars leveraged to city dollars. Those are ones that jumped out at people, and I think, you know, they could really grab onto those. Again, I only had 2 to work from. I had unmistakable identity, which is hard to grab onto, and these, which were easier to grab onto, but those are the ones people gravitated to. And I think, you know, if we can accomplish those things, we're going to make good progress. You know, as well as a few members talked about the average calendar days for commercial development. Again, a very specific goal, but a very worthy one, that hopefully we helped out by adding a few people to. The one specific suggestion I would like to make or talk through is on, it's in welcoming neighborhoods, on equity and inclusion. We do have a percentage of households that are experiencing housing stress, you know, the 30% of the income, and that is the affordable housing issue. And I appreciate that. But I do not see, and I think we should have, as we talked about earlier tonight, something on the number of homeless in our community. And I wonder, we have 3 equity inclusion that talk about the percentage of residential units within a half mile of the city green space. Okay. Half mile of a walking trail. Okay. I think we could drop half a mile of school or library. 1, we only have 1 library, and 2, schools we can't control. I would propose we drop that one so we can keep it to 75, which we already went up from 60, and have number of homeless individuals as measured by the yearly point in time count. That'd be my suggestion.
Commissioner Larson, what would you do with that? What would you do with that number when we have it? How would you fit that into the evaluation process?
I think the idea would be that we try to decrease it over time. Just like the percentage of households experiencing housing stress, we're going to try to decrease that over time.
Mr. Ananda, Mayor, I wonder, I don't particularly disagree with you. I wonder if I'm losing the word for it. Some universities have added it as a protected class economic status. That's what I was looking for. Is it whether or not it is a protected class? Not because I don't think it should be included, but I don't know that it should necessarily be included in equity and inclusion. But I don't know if we're defining that based on protected class, and whether or not being in poverty is protected class within the city, and whether or not that's a conversation we want to have. Perhaps it is. I would be fine with that conversation.
Mayor Finkel, I see what you're saying. I do know that we do have in there already, under equity and inclusion, the percentage of households that are experiencing housing stress. So I thought that's why it stayed there, I guess. I hear what you're saying, though.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'm interested in whether we can achieve some kind of greater information set for your suggestion, Mayor. For example, number of people served in the homeless community, the houseless community, in addition to the population. Something like that.
Mayor Finkel, I don't disagree with that. I'm open to suggestions of.
Yeah. With regard to your opening comment on the unmistakable identity, Explore Lawrence measures many things, and we could add some data set that would involve the number of visitors to the visitor center on Mass Street, something like that. There's also the possibility perhaps of measuring, I don't know if we could measure retail sales downtown, something like that. To try to get some data around exactly what you're talking about.
Commissioner Arson, we do have targeted sales tax data for various parts of the city, I should say. I don't know if that would be something to possibly track.
And Mayor Finkel, I'd say, I know you guys have spent a lot of work on this. I'm not trying to, I just think there's something maybe to look at there.
City Manager Craig Owens, no, this is great. I mean, this is your tool and to work on it. So I love the engagement, and these are productive. This is the kind of conversations that have been going on. So certainly there's so many that were discarded, and I should say never discarded. We will probably be capturing all the things that you're talking about. We're just trying to refine them to the primary things that we're really going to be talking about and focusing on. So adding things that are indicators of downtown vibrancy related to sales tax and visitors is what I'm hearing, and there are several in our library that we can promote and get on this main scorecard. The point in time count is one that's been mentioned as well, with the people experiencing houselessness. So that is something that we'll be obviously tracking in our partnerships that we talked about tonight, but we can certainly elevate it onto the scorecard as well.
Commissioner Larson, when I was reading through this, I know I kept coming back to this this one slide on the strong and welcoming neighborhoods about equity and inclusion, which you were talking about, Mayor. And it just, every time I went back to it, it just seemed like there was something missing from this, and I could never put my finger on it. And maybe that's, kind of where what I'm hearing from you is maybe there's something along that line. But it seems like there's something missing from equity and inclusion in the strong and welcoming neighborhoods, but I'm not sure what it is.
Commissioner Nanda, I've been thinking about that as well. And I think that, we talk about economic diversity within our neighborhoods and spread affordable housing throughout the entire community. Looking at the makeup of different neighborhoods, are our neighborhoods diverse? Are they actually welcoming? I think that there is risk in measuring that because you don't want to bring in folks to a neighborhood where they don't feel welcome. At the same time, how are we rewarding those neighborhoods that are welcoming? Or, is there some kind of measure associated with that? Certainly, if you drive through some neighborhoods, you're going to see a lot of rainbow flags. And if you drive through others, you're not going to see very many. What does that mean? Is that a strong, welcoming neighborhood? Who is welcome there? How are we welcoming them? And I wonder if that goes to that equity and inclusion piece of that measurement rather than access to green space, for example, which is important, of course. But how is that specifically speaking to equity and inclusion?
This is City Manager Craig Owens. We won't have all answers tonight, but I'll try again on this one too. ETC does, and if we continue to use ETC, they do have We will have to be oversampling probably to get the level of detail and reliability on these kinds of things, these demographic cuts against the data. And one of them is geography. So if we would see that, we will understand that at least the respondents, I think we can have a cut of at least the demographic pieces that would represent the diverse different demographics that we're sampling against would have geography attached to them as well. So I don't know if that gets to there, but I think there's some ways that we can get some pretty interesting data from the survey, in addition to, the vast array of census data slicing and dicing that our folks can do in planning and at MPO.
Mayor Finlay, other thoughts? I just echo that again, as I've gone out and sampled, presented this to some groups. I know Craig's really excited about this, and so is Danielle, but other people are too. It's not just the two of you. No, it's not the whole team. I think this is going to be a good tool, not only for us internally, but I think people in the community are getting excited to see, again, their ability to measure how well we're doing our job. I think it goes both ways, and people are buying into that. So I appreciate this. I know it's an extreme effort, but I think it's a effort well worth doing. So appreciate it. I guess our action item is to adopt the scorecard. Craig, are you envisioning, and we made some suggestions tonight, but I don't know, is this a living document that changes a little bit, or is this a static document we adopt once a year or something?
It needs to be one that evolves, but it'll also that we can count on, in its essence. So again, we're going to be, City Manager Craig Owens, we're going to be creating, we're going to be building a lot of plans around these things. So changing them dramatically will be frustrating to getting things intentionally done. But this is also a very big effort that we will get better at over the course of the next few years. And as we use this as a tool, in the framework does work as a tool, we should make adjustments to it and make it better. And I really anticipate when it kind of comes down to funding and adopting a budget, I anticipate there will be a lot of, oh, well, we didn't think about that. We need to account for that. And when we hear from the public reacting to these very, elaborate plans that we're developing, we need to hear that interactive process. That's what, we're all about. And that will make it better so that we don't, there's things that we need to adjust along the way. So I'm satisfied if you'll just give, viewpoint. You don't have to formally adopt it. Thus, then we would have to formally make modifications. That is what's on the agenda. But I'm okay if you all say, no, this is where it needs to be, and this is what we'll expect you to continue to build upon. That's adequate for me with the input that we've received tonight. But if there are major adjustments or significant adjustments, we really need to hear those as soon as possible, because then we're building on this platform.
Mayor Finkel, I appreciate that answer. I guess I was just wondering if we had to try to capture all the little things we suggested tonight, or if we're okay with the general direction, or if you want to bring it back on a consent agenda or something. I just wanted to get the process right. I think there's consensus here. I think there's a few minor changes we talked about, some wording changes and a few of the other ones we talked about. I just wanted to know how you wanted us to handle that.
City Manager Craig Owens, what I heard was reflect some of the downtown vibrancy, and I heard sales tax and visitors to the downtown as probable indicators. So we'll work on something like that and add that. And then I heard point in time count with the homeless population to be added as well. The other one, some of the other conversation about something that would maybe reflect better if we're actually achieving better diversity that's across all neighborhoods. I don't know that I heard enough to say, oh, I know that we can get something done there, except to say that we will be collecting data and talking about that. So I might not suggest we amend the scorecard formally on that unless we see a clear opportunity to do that. And we'll go ahead and build off of these plans with those additions. We'll make those modifications, and we'll certainly circulate it to you and to the community. You're going to see this now on everything we do with the strategic plan and everything we do with the budget. You're going to see these reference points. So I'm okay as long as we remember that this is what it was.
Mayor Finkel, those I think are the major changes. I do think Commissioner Ananda, for example, had some great word changes or some important word changes, and I'm sure you can work those in.
Yes.
Okay, commissioners, other thoughts or comments? Are we happy with this direction?
Mr. Roy, I just appreciate all the work that's going into this. I think it's, as the mayor has said, I think it's taking us in a good direction.
Definitely.
Danielle?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I want to ask one final question before we wrap up conversation around this, so I apologize for continuing this on. Is there any discussion about the infrastructure, asset management, and connectivity outcome language and changing that to connected city? I just wanted to follow up with that question because I hadn't heard any discussion.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I like connected city.
Mayor Finkel, much easier to say and conveys the same idea. Plus, you can put it on top of a graph much easier than the rest of that. Okay.
I just want to thank everybody for the work they've done on this. It's been pretty amazing to watch. I have to admit, I'm a little bit hesitant or tentative about exactly what we're going to get at the end. We're building this on, in such small increments that you're hoping that the final product's going to be what you envision all this time, but we're not for sure at this point. So it's been an interesting process.
Mayor Finkel, okay. If no other comments, we will proceed. If Craig, you have enough from us. Yes. That would take us to commission items.
Commissioner Ananda, I have had my fingers crossed this whole meeting, so I wouldn't forget. So I'm very happy to be able to cross my fingers. We will be discussing the 12 items. I know that I had brought that up a few weeks ago, and then last week I was not here because I was ill. We will be discussing that in April. The first week is our intention of April, and we will have staff members reporting on what the committees are doing, as well as individuals from the CJCC who will be bringing what they are doing, not in relation to the 12 items because those haven't been in front of the CJCC, but how they correlate with the items that we have on that list, so that we can discuss where we are, where we want to be on those items, and how we want to move forward. I think that there is an opportunity for some clarification. So I will be presenting those items in early April. Just wanted to update everyone and to acknowledge that will be a future agenda item.
Mayor Finkel, thank you for your work. Vice Mayor Shipley?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Shipley. So we had two kind of different commenting groups this evening during public comment, but related. And I know other commissioners are speaking to members of the public about that. With the larger group, the mutual aid group, I do kind of agree that it's unclear to the public who is responsible for what in this spectrum of the houselessness issue and affordable housing and all these other things. I think it's not clear what is happening. There's a lot happening, but I don't think it's obvious to everyone. There were lots of acknowledgments about projects that were going on, and I think the public just isn't entirely aware of that. We'll be meeting with the county here shortly, next Monday, not this Monday, but the next Monday, I think. And I wonder if it would be a good idea after that, hopefully reach some kind of partnership discussion with the county on what that's going to look like in our relationship, if we should come back to either just as a report or something that informs the public about what we're doing, so that groups don't need to organize at this level just to find out basic information from us and what's happening in our partnership with the county. So I did kind of want it to be timely, but I don't know what we might find out from our county meeting. So I didn't know if anyone else felt like that could be something we could put on a future agenda, just to make sure the public knows what we are doing.
Mayor Finkel, I agree. I think there's, I mean, I certainly understand that there is between, you know, things we being the city are doing and things the county is doing and things some of our partners are doing without the involvement of either the city or the county. Those, you know, all of those things going on, you know, and so I do think, you know, getting that information out there in a structured way, be it a report or be it a you know, an attempt to try to bring some of those groups together in a meeting, you know, the providers, the city, the county, you know, others that are working in this field, and to have a larger discussion that people can see and follow and get updates. If that's the right model, I'm not sure. You know, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not sure we, the quote, the city knows everything that's going on either in this large field. And so I'm not sure how best to gather that information, but I certainly understand what you're saying, Commissioner Shipley, and something we should work on and strive to understand, you know, the breadth of the activities going on and what our piece of that is.
Commissioner Larson, I would agree. I think it would be great if we could find a way to put all that information together, because I know even some of the things that were talked about tonight, I know that there's groups out there that are actually working on some of these items, and they've got much better handle on how it all fits in than that I know. And I think it would be important if somehow we could get some way to comprehensively look at the overall houselessness and homelessness and the programs that are actually being worked on.
Mayor Finkel, I agree, and maybe Craig and I maybe we can talk offline and maybe think of some ways to pull that together.
You know, City Manager Craig Owens, yeah, we at various points we've staff has had interactions with a number of these efforts, and there is a lot that has been going on for a long time, and a lot of work that is being done. And as we kind of gather that, we could bring back or invite some of these people to help us with a greater understanding, maybe in April, at one of the meetings in April or something like that.
Mayor Finkel, I think that's a good idea.
Vice Mayor Shipley, related as well. I have been a little concerned about some of what's happening at the couple parks downtown. I've been hearing about specifically the park closer to the river. There was a pretty big fire I think we all knew about. I'm concerned at the idea of things being constructed in the parks. I did not hear this till today, but chopping down trees in parks. I feel like there's a compassionate area between pushing people out of a camping area they might be in, and letting them break rules that no one would. I can't even build a fence at my own house without the city getting involved. So I could see it being frustrating for neighbors to see someone else building a fence in a public park. So I wonder if there's other commissioners that want to revisit this, certainly in light of some of the concerns of some of the people this evening.
Commissioner Nanda, revisit what specifically, Commissioner Shipley?
Where the camping goes on, or what the behavior is of the camping. I think I could camp in a park without chopping down a tree or building a structure, you know, I definitely heard from some of the people this evening. We heard that we're concerned about the fighting escalating. I think we need to be aware of it and address it, and in a compassionate way. So I just wonder if anyone else in hearing some of those things is interested in making sure that the camping ordinance that we have is doing what we expected it to do.
This is Commissioner Nanda. Concerns around not designating an area was my concern with that ordinance. So I'm happy to have that conversation.
Vice Mayor Shipley, a concern I had, and indeed I did vote for it, so I'm not showing my responsibility here, but was the confusing nature of it. It not being clear what parks were or weren't supposed to be in this ordinance, and I think it's nebulous. So I just to throw in that. Anybody else interested in this?
Mayor Finkel, I'm certainly interested in having that conversation. You know, and I think, you know, the other thing we talked about at the time we passed this ordinance is was if there's no room available at a shelter, then you can camp. But I think it's pretty hard for us, or how do we get, we had this discussion, how do we get the information of, is there room at the shelter? And how is that enforced? You know, or when can we say, we have a place for you? You know, and I think with COVID, we certainly got to the point where we knew the answer was always no. But now we're getting to the point where the answer might not always be no. How do we translate that into action? You know, how do we get that information, and how do we take it into action? So I think those are all things, you know, worthy of conversation.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I went down and saw the Penny's truck get towed away, and I went and visited Jason Graham at his house today on Tennessee on the north side. So as I told them, I don't have solutions to this. I appreciate their concerns. I think we need to try to continue to find solutions, and as was pointed out earlier today, the housing first may be the best solution for this when we come right down to it. If we can do that for the folks that are in our community, that may be the way to do it.
Mayor Finkel, I agree with that. You know, I mean, getting them housed solves everyone's problem. You know, solves everyone's problem.
And I guess, Commissioner Bulligan, you know, I guess I'm wondering whether we're trying to solve a regional problem with the city's resources. That's another thing that I'm not sure we've talked about. It was mentioned tonight, but that's another area of concern for the residents of Lawrence.
This is Commissioner Nunn. I don't think that like I definitely hear what's being talked about. I would be happy to restrict like the number of parks or which parks, although that will be a whole conversation about who volunteers their park. But I think that creating, I mean, it's the thing that I dislike most, which is making rules to enforce rules that we don't enforce. And are we looking to create more cause for folks to be interacting with particularly law enforcement around those issues? And I don't see any way outside of that for that piece that you mentioned, Commissioner Shipley, about, you know, cutting down trees, setting fire. Obviously, those are things that we do not want people to do. Those are also things that are already not allowed. So I don't know how we can address that in an ordinance that is already addressed.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I don't know that I was suggesting an ordinance, and I don't know that I was suggesting police interference. Parks and Rec, and it sounds like to me Parks and Rec and the fire department have been the main touch points with these groups, or at least those groups in that area. And by all the accounts I've heard so far, have been very gentle and appropriate. So I'm certainly not jumping to the conclusion that I'm talking about police involvement. In a weird turn of events, Commissioner Boley makes fine points. Maybe we just need more social workers. Well, we don't hire social workers. So that seems like a partnership discussion. If those are safety issues and we would rather have social workers talking about that with those people, that would require a little bit of an investment. So yeah, just to clarify, I was not at all suggesting police involvement per se.
Mayor Finkelheimer, we brought this up as, you know, commission items and so forth, and future agenda items. So, Craig, is this something staff can look at and consider thoughts on what might be brought back to us, or where we go from here?
Mayor, this is Commissioner Ananda. I would like to make a suggestion that we include that with Vice Mayor Shipley's recommendation, that we bring back some kind of update, and maybe you and Craig can have a conversation about whether or not there may be space in that conversation about the parks piece.
Mayor Finkelheimer, I mean, I think that makes sense. Craig, do you have thoughts on that? Is that
if you wouldn't mind just clarifying and kind of doing a motion and direction, that would be useful. I'm playing Sherry here.
I'm not sure we're that far along.
Well, I'd be happy to kind of state what I think I heard as City Manager Craig Owens. It is that we will bring sometime in April, we will have a session where we'll talk about the way homelessness is being addressed currently. The players that are involved, invite maybe some of them to help with that presentation, so we have an understanding of what's been done, what's currently being done, and that may include the impacts within the park system in the downtown area.
Mayor Finkelheimer, you make a fine Sherry, Craig. That was very nice.
This is Commissioner Boley. I guess I'd like to include, if not explicitly include, reports from city departments on their interactions with the houseless folks and with the public, so that we have an understanding what not just the other folks are doing, but what these interactions that we're hearing about from both sides.
Mayor Figel, Craig, you think we need a motion on that? You okay there with that summary?
This is City Manager Craig Owens. I think that gets it, and we can always reference the tape.
Excellent. Okay, other commission items or?
This is Commissioner Bowley. Craig, did you want us to vote on that?
Unless there is an objection, we'll consider that to be consensus.
Okay.
Mayor Finkeldye, getting close to 11. Luckily, the resolution passed and we can beat that. But Commissioner Lawson, do you have something before City Manager?
Just real quick, and I promise I'll make it quick. I don't know if you've been following the national news, and that just this week or maybe even yesterday that we had a historic appointment to the cabinet of Deb Haaland to the Department of Interior, to head up the Department of Interior. And she's the first Native American to run the Department of Interior. I think the first Native American on a cabinet, I think. I would like to ask the commission if we could have the mayor send a letter to her welcoming her, congratulating her on her appointment on behalf of the commission and the city, and then also just reiterating the importance that Haskell University is to our community and our city, and just reiterating how important it is to make sure that their funding and that their infrastructure, their needs are met. I know that's been a big issue in past years, but I sure would appreciate if the commission would consider doing that.
Could we also include an invitation to visit our city and university?
Absolutely, yeah.
Mayor Finkeldye, certainly agree, and I've had some of those conversations with members of our community who are interested in that as well. And I do think it obviously is historic for many reasons, but certainly directly important to Haskell and to our community. So we can certainly work on that. Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up.
Commissioner Larson, thank you.
Mayor Finkeldye, back to me. Craig, city manager's report. You have less than 10 minutes. Can you do that?
City Manager Craig Owens. There are 3 items that are on there, all pretty routine. We're happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Finkeldye, now that is efficient. Questions for the city manager? This is a public item, hearing item. If anyone would like to make comment on one of those 3 items, the utility report, the future agenda, or the ex parte, please raise your hand and Sherry will call upon you.
Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. There is no public comment on this item. And not to drag this out, but that resolution is not effective until April 1. So you actually have as long as you want.
Mayor Finkeldye, we're hoping to be done here, but thank you.
For that, Sherry.
Oh, I apologize. It does look like, sorry, someone
just turn on their video and wants to comment on the city manager's report.
On one of these 3 items?
I can ask that. Chad, you can unmute and you have 3 minutes as long as your comments are related to one of the 3 items on the city manager's report.
The future agenda items. I was just wanting to question when we were going to discuss PIRA and whether there was any chance of us opting into PIRA this year. Other than that, I'll let you adjourn. Have a good night.
Thank you. Mayor Finkeldye, thank you. Bring it back to the commission for any comments on the city manager's report or any of those items. Hearing none, we go to review the calendar. Any comments on the calendar?
Nope.
Seeing none, would there be a motion to adjourn?
Commissioner Larson moved to adjourn.
Commissioner Hernandez, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. There's a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley,
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye, passes 5-0. Casey, thank you for filling in for Porter. I hope he makes it back from Colorado.
So do I.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.